Today, we celebrate our Independence Day.
We all know how the movie goes. The ships, the desert base, humanity saving itself on the 4th of July. Here's the part they left out. The government already had the craft, already had the bodies, already knew and looked the country in the eye and said nothing. That part wasn't written for the screen. That one's real. I'm Carol Ann. Welcome to the InBetween. Get your popcorn ready for our UFO marathon. The real cases all in one place. And it starts in the summer of 1947 with a debris field, a terrified family, and a story the Air Force has spent almost 80 years trying to bury. So right off the bat, I'm going to let you all in on a little secret. This topic is huge. There are dozens of books out there with different updated details. Much to my chagrin, I have a limited amount of time, so think of it more as a very detailed primer. However, I do have to tease that if you stay to the end, you'll discover why the strangeness in Roswell didn't stop in 1947. And you won't hear this story anywhere else. Can't say I've cracked the case or anything like that, but it's just a little extra flavor for the stew, if you will. The summer of 1947 was a little schizophrenic for the United States. Most of the country was still trying to sleep off the hangover from our victory celebrations from winning the war less than 2 years earlier. I mean, not only did we win, but we were now the undisputed top dog. But with great power comes great paranoia. The maids weren't even done sweeping up after the after party before the kids were back at it, picking fights on the global playground, which made the atmosphere at the Roswell Army Airfield, or RAAF, in New Mexico rather bipolar. On the one hand, the RAAF was the home of the 509th Bomb Group, the elite unit that had dropped those atomic payloads on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. These guys were the best of the best, and the only group entrusted and trained to handle nuclear cargo. On the other hand, now that World War II was over, this was also the place where any new tech that had been in the hands of the Axis that we could recover was sent for study. And we were coming to the sobering conclusion that they had some pretty good stuff on their side, like the German V-2 rocket and the Horton-Ho 229, a crescent-shaped jet that could slip under the radar and strike without warning. Captured plans suggested the Soviets might have built their own versions and might even be trying to snoop out our nuclear secrets. The 509th is now a prime target. And now that temperatures were starting to chill on the world stage already, we could not let our guard down even for a second. So imagine the mental state of the regular Roswell resident, beaming with pride at being the home of the heroic 509th, but also knowing that they are now pretty much ground zero for any future attacks. Imagine what it was like to read the newspaper every day. It was into this emotional whirlwind that the modern UFO era of flying saucers exploded with the June 24th, 1947 sighting by Kenneth Arnold of 9 discs skipping over Mount Rainier in Washington state. The world around us was changing fast. Now, the Roswell incident didn't erupt in a single tidy moment. It unraveled over a long, lightning-streaked holiday weekend. Starting around the last week of June, so just like a week or so after Kenneth Arnold's sighting hit the papers, radar operators at Roswell Army Airfield, White Sands, and the Alamogordo bombing range began picking up anomalies. Blips that moved too fast for any known aircraft, clocking speeds up to 1,700 miles per hour, executing sharp turns that would shred a human-piloted plane, and vanishing only to reappear miles away in seconds. These weren't one-offs. These things would hang around for hours, sometimes mimicking tight formations before scattering. Radar techs methodically disassembled the equipment, hunting for bad vacuum tubes or wiring, but no luck. The radars were telling the truth, but no one outside the military had a clue, including Dan and Mary Wilmot. It's the evening of Wednesday, July 2nd. As the sun's going down, Dan and Mary settle on their porch in Roswell for the evening ritual of sipping coffee and watching the world wind down. It's a quiet night with the only real sound the distant rumble of thunder from a storm moving in. Then, from the southeast, comes an elongated egg about 20 feet long, glowing with a soft, uniform light. It flies low, like maybe 500 feet up, at a speed Mary later guesses at 400 miles an hour, silent as a ghost and leaving no vapor trail. It crosses their view in seconds, vanishing into the night. The Wilmots debate calling the sheriff, but hold off, figuring it's gotta be some top secret test flight from the base. But they certainly are not the only ones who see something strange in the desert skies. At roughly the same time, Steve Robinson is in his milk delivery truck out on a stretch of highway just north of town when he sees an oval-shaped light streak low over his truck. He watches it move toward the horizon, heading toward the northeast, thinking he has never seen something move that fast in his entire life. By morning, Sheriff George Wilcox's phone is ringing off the hook. Farmers spotting lights weaving through the clouds. A night watchman at a local mill claiming one hovered over the building for several minutes before darting away. George dutifully takes down all of the information, but is thinking that the airbase must be testing something new. But still, that's a lot of calls. The next night, July 3rd, an archaeological team led by Dr. W. Curry Holden is wrapping up a dig near Blackwater Draw, just a few miles to the west of Roswell, when they notice odd lights hovering to the north. Steady, unblinking orbs that drift for 20 minutes before blinking out. Holden, a respected professor from Texas Tech, adds the sighting to his field notes as possible aircraft malfunction, but knows that's not quite right. The lights move too deliberately, too silently to be regular planes. Friday, July 4th, the start of the Independence Day holiday, dawns hot and hazy. So it's not a big surprise that as evening comes around, a massive thunderstorm rolls in from the west, turning the sky into a crackling light show. At the Foster Ranch, 75 miles northwest of Roswell, ranch foreman Mac Brazel is inside with his family when the storm hits. Around 11:30 p.m., a deafening roar cuts through the wind, more like a derailing freight train than thunder. Mac steps onto the porch, squinting into the flashing dark, but sees nothing but rain-lashed scrub. The next morning, July 5th, Mac rises with the sun, saddling up with Bill Proctor, the son of his friends and neighbors Floyd and Loretta Proctor, to check on his 400-head sheep herd scattered across the Foster Ranch's 480 acres. What he finds stops him cold. A debris field roughly 200 to 300 yards wide and 3/4 of a mile long, covering several acres. It isn't the usual wind-tossed junk, balloons or survey markers, but something else entirely. There are sheets of thin foil, almost like today's Mylar balloons, impossibly light and super strong, but it can't be a Mylar balloon. They didn't become a thing until the 70s. He finds I-beams 12 to 18 inches long, as light as balsa wood, but etched with strange, flowing purple symbols that look like a mix of hieroglyphics and circuit diagrams, and flexible struts like rubberized wood, all scattered in a path wide enough to freak out his sheep. He fills a shoebox full of the stuff and finishes getting his sheep to water. Also, early that morning, Sheriff Wilcox gets a call, but it's not from Mac Brazel. It's from a student who's part of Dr. Holden's team of archaeologists out around Blackwater Draw, around 60 miles southeast of the Foster Ranch. The night before, around the same time Mac heard his booming noise, the student's team also heard a loud boom and sees something streak across the sky. They don't know for sure what it is, but think maybe it's a downed airplane? But they're quite a ways from a phone, so they just let it be. However, when they get to their dig site early that morning, they find the ground wrecked by a 25-foot-long plow line leading to the twisted remnants of a craft about 12 to 15 feet long and 6 feet high. It was egg-shaped with a seamless metallic hull that gleamed dully. No rivets, no wings, no landing gear, just a split open seam revealing dark interior compartments. On the ground lay small, charred figures, 2 outside the wreck, 1 seemingly pinned inside, each about 3 to 4 feet tall, with big heads and skinny arms and legs. A 4th figure, same kind of creature, is just walking around the debris, a little dazed and confused, its large black eyes somehow communicating a profound sorrow. One of the students takes off to find the nearest phone and calls Sheriff Wilcox, telling him, "You better get out here right now." So George Wilcox, operating under the logical assumption that it must be a plane crash, makes a call to the Roswell Fire Department to get them out to the area as soon as possible. Fire Chief Dan Dwyer's crew rolls out around 9:30 a.m., slowly navigating the rutted desert roads, reaching Blackwater about 10 a.m. But they're not even close to being the first ones on the scene. Not only is the student group there, but a good number of locals as well, all seeing what Dan's seeing. A crashed flying saucer, 3 dead aliens, and a 4th one wandering around like it's in shock. Dan describes them as being the size of a 10-year-old, but with heads too big for their bodies, large eyes, no hair, and skin like gray rubber. But the fire department is also not the last ones on the scene either. It doesn't take long before a convoy of army trucks comes rolling up on the carnage with a seemingly endless supply of MPs in olive drab spilling out with rifles at the ready. The bodies are taken to the base hospital for examination. Herbert Ellis, a civilian contractor painting at the base hospital, caught a glimpse through a side door. One figure walking unassisted between 2 MPs, its steps unsteady but deliberate, while 3 others lay on gurneys, pale and still under sheets. Dr. Jesse Johnson pronounces 3 of them dead. Glenn Dennis, the mortician working at the Ballard Funeral Home in Roswell, receives a call from the base mortuary officer who asks him about small caskets. Then he receives another call from downtown Roswell where an airman has been injured. The funeral home where Dennis works also operates an ambulance service, so Dennis scoops up the injured airman and drives him to the base, is waved through the gate, and stops at the rear of the base hospital. Parked behind the hospital and at the loading dock and in front of the emergency room are 3 ambulances, some with their back doors open, and Dennis can see strange-looking debris. Inside the base hospital, Dennis is confronted by 2 officers. A red-haired captain tells Dennis that he has seen nothing and heard nothing.
I know nothing. Nothing.
If he opens his mouth, they will be picking his bones out of the sand. Meanwhile, after he's done with his ranch duties, Mac Brazel takes a few scraps of the material and goes to see his neighbors, Floyd and Loretta Proctor. He shows them a piece of the material, and between Mac and Floyd, they try burning and cutting it with no luck. The Proctors suggest he take it into town and show the sheriff. Later that night, the deceased alien bodies are sealed into a long crate, which is taken to a hangar. It's left there overnight with spotlights on it while MPs stand guard around it. The next morning, Sunday, July 6th, Sheriff George is back in his office bright and early when Mac Brazel strolls through the door with his shoebox of debris to show him. Takes out a piece of the foil-looking stuff and shows George just how you can crinkle it in your hand, but as soon as you let it go, it snaps right back to being perfectly smooth. George looks at the magic foil and says, "Wow," and puts in a call to Colonel Blanchard at Roswell Army Airfield. You guys might want to have a look at this." Colonel Blanchard tells Major Jesse A. Marcel, the base's intelligence officer, to head over to the sheriff's office and find out what is going on. So Major Marcel heads over to see Sheriff George and Mac. Mac shows Jesse the strange foil. Jesse's like, "Wow." And he takes some of it back to the base to show Colonel Blanchard, who's like, "Wow." Jesse then grabs his assistant, Counterintelligence Corps Sergeant Sheridan Cavett, and heads back to the sheriff's office. Spend a little bit more time interviewing Mac, and then tell him, "Show us," and the whole crew heads back to Foster Ranch. Unfortunately, between the distance and the crappy roads, they don't get there until after dark, so they have to spend the night at an old ranch house close to the debris field, eating cold beans and waiting for daylight. In the meantime, Colonel Blanchard put in a call to one of his higher-ups, Major General Clements McMullen, to tell him about the weird foil. Major General McMullen says, "Get me some of that stuff." So Colonel Blanchard gets some of the stuff from the sheriff's office, which is then sealed in a courier pouch to go to Andrews Air Force Base in Washington, D.C., along with the crashed ship and the bodies. That flight leaves Roswell at 2 a.m. on Monday the 7th. Later that morning, Mac takes Jesse Marcel and Cavett out to the debris field. They walk the perimeter of the field for a while, and then drive around for a bit longer just to make sure that they aren't missing anything like another crash site, but they don't find anything. So they return to the original debris site and spend the rest of the day collecting debris. They load the rear of Jesse's car and then the Jeep driven by Cavett. It's starting to get dark before they begin the trip back to Roswell. It's about 2 a.m. before Jesse gets back to his house. In his excitement, he brings a box of the funky foil into the house, scatters it all over the kitchen floor, and wakes up his wife and 11-year-old son, Jesse Jr., saying, "Wake up, you guys. You gotta see this." For the next hour, they play around with the debris on the kitchen floor. Jesse Jr. studies an I-beam fragment, tracing the hieroglyphic etchings with wide eyes. It was like nothing I'd ever seen, light as a feather, but when Dad tried to bend it with the pliers, it just sprang back. No mark. The funny thing is, Jesse's not breaking regulations because none of it has yet been officially classified. With the help of his son, Jesse loads it all back into the car to go back to the base. He and Cavett are back at the base briefing Blanchard by 6 a.m. And at the morning staff meeting, some of the debris is passed around the table for everyone there to check out while Jesse briefs the room on what they saw the day before. The big question they need to answer is, do we tell the public? Colonel Blanchard's boss, Brigadier General Roger Ramey, and his chief of staff, Colonel Thomas J. Dubose, who both flew in from Fort Worth Army Airfield, are also in the meeting. General Ramey suggests they do tell the public about the debris field find in order to take attention away from the real crash site that's had way too much attention already. So by 11 a.m., Blanchard gives the green light to his public information officer, First Lieutenant Walter Haut, to craft a press release. At 2:26 p.m., Haut wires it to the Associated Press. The many rumors regarding the flying disc became a reality yesterday when the intelligence office of the 509th Bomb Group of the 8th Air Force, Roswell Army Airfield, was fortunate enough to gain possession of a disc through the cooperation of one of the local ranchers and the sheriff's office of Chaves County. The story hit the wire like a bomb. By evening, it dominated the front pages from the Roswell Daily Record to the Chicago Tribune and the New York Times. The base's switchboard lit up like a Christmas tree, and for a brief, exhilarating moment, Roswell was the center of the universe. At 3 p.m., Jesse Marcel is told, "You're going to Fort Worth." So he gets on a plane with some of the debris, and presumably General Ramey and Colonel Dubose as well, as that's where they're from. Once they're back on the ground, Jesse finds himself in General Ramey's office with the debris they brought. Ramey tells Jesse, "Show me where you found it." And the two walk down the hall to the map room. When they return, the debris is gone, replaced with a bunch of janky, ripped-up pieces of weather balloons scattered on the floor. General Ramey had gotten the word from the higher-ups, "Make this go away." So before you can say, "Cover up," Jesse finds himself in front of a room of reporters wearing his best poker face as Ramey and Dubose stand there telling the press, "See, it's just a weather balloon," as they all pose for pictures with the fake wreckage. The reporters bite hook, line, and sinker, and the word spreads from on high that it was all just a big mistake. But for ufologists everywhere, it was General Ramey who made the mistake. But we'll dive deeper into that in a minute. Meanwhile, Mac Brazel, who had stayed the night in town with his friend Walt Whitmore, co-owner of KGFL Radio, does a pre-recorded interview for the station, telling them everything that he saw and experienced before he is invited to the base for 4 days with no use of a phone, no access to the outside world, round after round of questioning and intimidation. By the time he sees daylight again, his story has amazingly done a 180. His quote to the press who are lined up to greet him is, "I am sure that what I found was not any sort of flying disc, but I did get carried away with the first excitement and got too high with my windmill. It was just some rubber strips, tinfoil, and balsa wood and tough paper. I regret having caused all this excitement." And while Mac is enjoying his stay at the RAAF Inn and Suites, the FCC calls the radio station and tells them, "If you air that little interview you got with Brazel, we will yank your license." Debriefings kick off in Hangar 84 that afternoon. Witnesses are herded into small groups onto the fluorescent hum.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you will, look right here.
Military personnel are sternly reminded of their oaths of secrecy, branded with threats of court-martial or worse for any leak. Civilians get an even blunter version. Warnings of treason charges, family repercussions, or simply disappearance into the vast desert. By July 9th, the perimeter comes down, patrols pull back, and Roswell exhales, the town returning to its rhythm of dusty streets and Friday night dances. Now, is this timeline perfect? Not even close. There are so many people who, over the last almost 80 years, have changed little bits in their statements that it's nearly impossible to nail it down. Not to mention the fact that some people believe there is only one crash site on the Foster Ranch. But some people believe that there are two, that the craft actually hit the ground once, shedding the material that Mac Brazel found, bounced up, and actually crashed for real at the Blackwater Draw site. So, considering the hundreds of data points that often conflict with one another, I did my best to try to weave a thread through what made the most sense. In the years that followed, nobody really paid attention to the Roswell incident. The Air Force's Project Blue Book, their official probe into the UFO phenomena, lumped Roswell in as a misidentified balloon, not diving any deeper and ignoring any details to the contrary. But the stonewall from the inside and the complacency on the outside held. Until two things happened. First, a ufologist named Stanton Friedman asked Jesse Marcel for an interview. And second, Jesse said yes. Stanton Friedman was a nuclear physicist turned pioneering ufologist. In 1978, Friedman received a tip from a television producer friend about Jesse Marcel, the Army intelligence officer who had handled the debris 3 decades earlier. Their interview marked the first time Jesse publicly described the crash site material as not of this earth, igniting a fire in Stanton that is heretofore unknown. He heads to Roswell later that year and meticulously documents the crash site, interviews over 100 witnesses, and after collecting information over the next 14 years, co-authors a book called Crash at Corona in 1992 with Don Berliner, which builds a case for an extraterrestrial craft and government cover-up that challenges the company line. Stanton's countless lectures and congressional testimonies brought the subject of Roswell into the public square, pressuring the Air Force for some answers. So the Air Force responds with the report in 1994 titled The Roswell Report: Fact versus Fiction in the New Mexico Desert. Here, the balloon got an upgrade. Now their story is that it wasn't just a run-of-the-mill weather balloon, but part of Project Mogul, a top-secret program to float microphone arrays on balloon trains up to 100,000 feet high, listening for Soviet atomic tests via sound waves bouncing off the ionosphere. The missing Flight 4 from June 4th, 1947, allegedly drifted to the Foster Ranch. And the boys of the 509th didn't know about it because they didn't need to know about it. But how does a light, floaty weather balloon with a microphone cause a huge gouge in the dirt and burn marks? It doesn't. The Air Force must have gotten a little tired of the sound of everyone laughing at them because in 1997, they'd take another crack at it with their follow-up report, the Roswell Report. Case closed. Ooh, they sound a little mad. This time, they actually tackled the reports of alien bodies by attributing the sightings to time compression, which is government speak for a bad timeline. Their idea is that eyewitnesses blended the 1947 crash with memories of Operation High Dive, a 1953 to 1959 program that dropped crash test dummies from high-altitude balloons to test parachutes. Seriously? Project High Dive started 6 years after Roswell, and the dummies were full size. I doubt there was any confusion between the two. Stanton Friedman immediately called out both reports as the Air Force attempting to whitewash the entire event. And frankly, it was too little too late for the Air Force. By 1997, the investigative work done by Stanton and the others had cracked open the door too far for the Air Force to fill it. The problem is, this case is so big with so many moving parts that it's hard to even tell it. Nobody saw everything. So we have to kind of take each detail and put it all together like a mosaic. And this puzzle has a lot of pieces. Accounts from upwards of 100 different people or more, ordinary people like ranchers and nurses and firefighters, who each hold a separate piece. First, let's talk about those people who were witness to the magic foil. It's estimated that at least 4 dozen people touched that foil material. Everyone from Mac Brazel and his family, his neighbors, the Proctors, Jesse Marcel and his family, everyone at the staff meeting the next day, not to mention everyone up the chain of command from there. And don't forget about all the soldiers who combed the field picking up debris. That debris field was 200 to 300 yards wide by another 500 yards long and looked like the aftermath of a high-tech piñata gone wrong. I can't even imagine how many people they had to truck in to clean that up. Then there's the testimony of Frankie Rowe, who was 12 when this whole thing went down. Frankie is the daughter of Dan Dwyer, the fire chief whose crew responded to the crash site. She had tagged along with her dad after a doctor's visit later in that afternoon, munching ice chips in the kitchen of the fire station while the crew decompressed from the Blackwater call. Around 3 p.m., a state trooper buddy of the firefighters swings by all excited. "You guys missed something out there?" He pulls a small, wadded silver piece from his pocket, a fragment he'd palmed during the debris pickup. He drops it on the table, and it unfurls like liquid, flat and flawless. The men crowd in, passing it around, crumpling it, burning it, cutting it, but nothing leaving even the tiniest scratch. Frankie, perched on a stool, reaches for it during a lull, playing with it for like 5 minutes straight.
When you would wad it up in your hand, you couldn't feel it in your hand. You couldn't feel you had anything there. And it would go to a size that was so small that you'd have to look to see if it was still in your hand.
The trooper eventually stuck it back in his pocket, joking about getting caught, but Frankie never forgot. But let's stop trying to even count how many hands touch the freaky foil and talk about the bodies. The body encounters are fewer and more guarded, with MPs forming human walls around the sites and hangars. But the descriptions that slip through are remarkably uniform. They were small, 34 feet tall and 40 to 50 pounds at most, with pear-shaped heads 18 to 24 inches across, grayish rubbery skin, bald scalps, and faces dominated by large almond-shaped black eyes without visible pupils, slit nostrils and lipless mouths, 4 long fingers per hand, wearing one-piece suits of metallic cloth that clung without wrinkles. No blood pooled from injuries, no real smell, just a faint, sweet chemical scent like ozone mixed with flowers. Either 3 or 4 were deceased, and one survivor staggered about, exuding what witnesses described as an almost tangible sorrow. The archaeology gang were, of course, the first on the scene, so you would think we would have the best descriptions from them. But I can't find any information about them. It doesn't bode well for our investigation, but they are not the only ones who saw them. Dan Dwyer, the fire chief, led the first official response to Blackwater Draw, his crew arriving early that morning. Later that night, as Dan's family is all gathered around the table for dinner, he tells them all about what he saw that day. Frankie remembers her dad being so excited as he told him that these things had no hair, gray skin that looked rubbery, and you could see they weren't built like us. No ears, just slits for a nose and a mouth. The one that was moving was sad, like it knew what had happened to the others, and it was deeply hurt. Before they could do anything really, the MPs arrive, barking orders to stand down. Dan's guys back off and head back to the station. So he really didn't have much else to say, except to make sure that he told his children that there is another life out in the universe, and that we would be smug to think that if God created us, that he couldn't have created other life as well. Okay, so it makes sense that any bodies recovered would first be taken to the base hospital, right? Well, remember Herbert Ellis, the painter who saw them walking in the hospital? Okay, so we have a witness putting him at the hospital that day. And as chance would have it, Herbert's wife, Eula May, also happens to be friends with Frankie's mom. So the next day, July 6th, Frankie overhears her mom talking with Eula May over tea, with the two of them comparing the descriptions from each of their husbands. And we have Glenn Dennis, the 22-year-old mortician who got looped in because of a frantic call from the base hospital asking for child-sized caskets. Well, he's also the guy that made the ambulance run and saw the weird debris in the back of the ambulance. Well, at some point, he comes back to deliver the caskets, pulls up to Hangar 18 as instructed, but it's surrounded by MPs. After the delivery, he spots a nurse friend, makes plans for lunch, and while they're eating, she sketches what she'd seen. A figure on a table, large head with slit mouth and eyes, but she warns him, we can't talk about this anymore. If we do, we are both gone. As the story goes, that nurse vanishes soon after that day. Now, I do have to note that as awesome of a story as that is, I think this one's really just a story. No one has ever been able to track down the missing nurse. And if you think about it, there are already so many leaks in the security colander. Why would they bother to take out a nurse when there's about a jillion other people who've seen the same thing? Anyway, we also have Melvin Brown, a 25-year-old MP and occasional cook at the base, who drew guard duty at both Blackwater and Hangar 84 from July 5th through the 7th. At the impact site on the 5th, he helped secure the perimeter, stealing peeks under tarps draped over the bodies during loading. Later, at the hangar, he stood post while crates were prepped, catching another look through a gap. Brown kept quiet for years, but his daughter Beverly coaxed the story out of him in the 1980s after Roswell tales resurfaced in the news. He called them little people from somewhere else. Walter Haut, the public information officer who'd written that fateful press release, released a sworn affidavit after his death in 2005. In that affidavit, he says on July 6th, Colonel Blanchard pulled him into Hangar 84 for a private viewing to see what we'd stirred up with the announcement. Inside, under guard, sat the egg-shaped craft, 15 feet long and dented but whole, with two bodies under a canvas tarp nearby. Child size, but with disproportionately large heads and dark almond-shaped eyes. Their skin was gray, suits metallic, and form-fitting. So, plenty of people saw the wreckage, and plenty of people saw the bodies. And if you're the Army, you have a problem. How exactly do you contain this many leaks? Answer: brute force. The Army goes on a terror campaign threatening anyone and everyone. Now, Roswell was about as patriotic of a town as you could get, but half of its population was tied to the bases. During the war, everyone saves every tin can and even scraped the foil from the back of gun wrappers to contribute to the war effort. They, for the most part, are already on board. But the military's methods went beyond appeals to duty. They tapped fear tailored to the target. Threats of court-martials and Leavenworth for the military, visceral home invasions for civilians. The result? It worked. Stories simmered for 30 to 50 years, bubbling up only on deathbeds or in quiet conversations with those already in the know. Remember Dennis, the ambulance driving mortician? Remember what they told him? That if he opens his mouth, they'll be picking his bones out of the sand. And as just a little aside, I just happen to be besties with a guy who was a reporter for the Roswell Daily Record for a couple of years in the early 90s. My friend actually interviewed the son of the funeral home owner, Mr. Ballard, who was a teenager at the time of the crash, about something else. But after the notebook was closed, so to speak, the two had a conversation about that casket delivery. Mr. Ballard Jr. confirmed not only did the delivery happen, but his father got a check from the U.S. government for about 10 times what the caskets were worth. That's some serious hush money. Oh, and they threatened his dad to keep quiet too. I have no idea what the threat was, but Junior says it worked. They never talked about it again. Sheriff Wilcox and his family are threatened as well. His granddaughter, Barbara Duggar, told the story given to her by her grandmother, so George's wife. She said George was told that if he blabbed, it would not just be the end for him, but for his wife and daughters too. And don't forget about poor Mac Brazel and his 4-day ordeal. Word has it that this once happy, outgoing, talkative guy was never the same after that. He withdrew from the world and stayed there. Jesse Marcel got the hint before that press conference when he's told, "This is the cover. Balloon story. No deviations. One wrong word and your career's ash." To his son, they were a little nicer, just telling him, "Don't talk about this with friends, ever." Debriefs in Hangar 84 on July 8th and 9th rounded up crews in small batches, giving them stern lectures on classification levels with treason penalties spelled out in black and white. And don't forget the threat from the FCC to pull the license of KGFL radio, which was then followed up by a call to Walt Whitmore from one Senator David Chavez, the U.S. Senator from New Mexico, telling him to think of the greater good and advise his team accordingly. Kind of sounds like a threat to me. Fire and deputy teams got the speeches before they even left the sites. Then a wave of house calls in the 4 to 5 days post-crash delivered the family harm ultimatum to anyone who'd wandered too close. One unnamed deputy recalled a visit where an officer laid out photos of accidents in the desert, empty cars, no drivers, just as a visual aid. But I think the most terrifying account of them all is that of Frankie Rowe. On July 8th, a black military sedan rolls up outside their house. There's a knock at the door, and Frankie, with her mom right next to her, opens the door to see 2 gentlemen. The first one asks for the girl from the fire station. Frankie says, "That's me." They move to the dining room, mother at one end of the table and Frankie to her side, and the officer standing across like a judge. His partner has gone out back to watch the kids in the backyard and make sure they stay outside. The officer says, "I understand you were at the station the other day." Frankie says, "Yeah, I was." He comes back with, "No, you weren't. You didn't see anything. You didn't hear any conversation." Well, Frankie, she was raised never to lie, so she pushes back and says, "Yeah, I was there. I touched a piece of that stuff." Realizing he's not getting through to her, he pulls out his baton and starts slapping it on his hand. You were never there. Do you understand? If you can't grasp this, there are things we can do. He turns to Frankie's mother and says, "Can she keep a secret?" Frankie's mom says, "Yeah, just tell her what you want." He looks back at Frankie and says, "If you ever talk about this the rest of your life, we can take your whole family, take the kids to the German POW camp at Orchard Park, and your parents to the Japanese one in Artesia. Or we don't even need camps."
He said, "We'd put you in one, we'd put your parents in the other one, but we don't have to do that." He said, "We could take you out here in the middle of this desert, He said, no one will ever find your bodies, ever. No one will ever know what happened to you.
The nightmare lasted about 45 minutes to an hour, and Frankie finally tells the man she won't say anything to anybody. Her mom sends her to her room at that point, and Frankie has no idea what her mom said to him after that. But the topic died in that house that day. It wasn't resurrected until researchers knocked on her door in 1989. Her sister corroborates both listening to their dad's excitement when he told them about the creatures he saw in the desert and the visit from the men a few days later. So, thanks to tactics like this, it worked like a charm. Roswell's grapevine dried up, stories falling into whispers shared only with spouses or on deathbeds. Now, after all of that, let's take a moment to go down an amazingly crazy rabbit hole. According to Nick Redfern, writing in 2015 for the Mysterious Universe website and referencing a partially declassified FBI report called Bacteriological Warfare in the United States, the plague broke out around Lincoln County, which is where the debris field is, which is right next to Roswell, with cases reported from 1947 to 1950. It didn't affect too many people, but a couple of people died. According to Nick, the report implies that the powers that be were concerned that this was not a naturally occurring event, that it was instead something introduced and spread on purpose, potentially by foreign actors. Now, stick with me here. I know this is crazy town territory, but when I read that, the first thing I thought of was that maybe somebody decided this would be the perfect way to try and decrease the number of potential future whistleblowers. Aw, Carol Ann, that's a terrible thing to say about your government. Well, they've done worse. Don't get me wrong, I love this country and I love our military. But we have been known to make some pretty boneheaded moves in the past. Just throwing it out there. Anyway, back to the story. Now, of course, some of these eyewitness accounts are not without their problems. Take Major Jesse Marcel Sr., the guy we all know from those famous weather balloon photos. Well, he decided it was time to set the record straight when Stanton Friedman called him for an interview. However, his testimony comes into question because of some of the weird things he said later on in life, like he was a pilot with combat experience, which he never was. But then we also have the testimony of Jesse's son, Jesse Jr. He says he touched the stuff too and backs up his dad's account. But then we also have Melvin Brown, who said he saw the bodies twice while he was on guard duty. Except he wasn't a guard. He was a cook. Cooks don't typically guard top secret halls. But maybe things were crazy with everything going on and people got their duties shifted around. Then there's Walter Haut's interview in 2000 where he was a little fuzzy on the specifics. But the affidavit he released upon his death in 2005 notarized and witnessed, including a doctor's statement that he was of sound mind, was clear and detailed. But one little hitch. UFO researchers helped draft it based on their prior conversations, which Haut reviewed and signed without changes. Does the fact that he didn't write it himself change anything? Some people seem to think so. But let's not forget that there are problems with the official story as well. And there are new things still happening. For example, look again at the balloon wreckage press conference photo. See the note in General Ramey's hand? People have been trying to enlarge the photo to try and figure out the words for a long time. But as digital technology gets better and better, efforts are still ongoing to try and figure out what it says. Right now, we can see words like disc, victims, misstate the meaning of the story. And I don't think it's out of the question that as technology gets better, that little memo might become a pretty important clue. And the third guy in the room for that infamous photo, Ramey's right-hand man, Thomas Dubose, came out in 1991 to say, yeah, the stuff on the ground in that picture is totally fake. The real stuff went to DC. Of course, the last question is, what happened to the bodies? Well, apparently they were crated and flown out under tarps. Some say they went to Fort Worth and on to Wright-Patterson in Ohio. Some say they went straight to Washington, D.C., and some say the bodies went a few different places. There's an account of a March 1950 FBI memo from Agent Guy Hoddle to Director Hoover describing 3 flying saucers recovered in New Mexico, each about 50 feet in diameter with raised centers, occupied by 3 3-foot-tall humanoids in metallic cloth of fine texture. An account sourced from an Air Force investigator, but dismissed as hearsay at the time. And then there are the persistent rumors of a survivor. A 1972 whistleblower claimed one entity, given the designation EBEN1, was held at Los Alamos until 1952, communicating through simple drawings and telepathic impressions before being repatriated via some interstellar arrangements. Now, for those of you who've been sticking around for that little something extra, it has to do with the town of Roswell itself. It's weird. That bestie I mentioned earlier that spent a couple of years there as a reporter for the Roswell Daily Record couldn't wait to get a new job anywhere else. To him, the whole place just had this weird vibe. It was just an accepted fact that strange things were a regular occurrence there. He himself witnessed mysterious things zipping around the night sky all the time. And he also said that everyone who's lived there their whole lives knows that what happened in 1947 is true. They just don't say it out loud. And half the people there believe the aliens have come back to live there. A hiding in plain sight kind of strategy. And he told me this interesting story. Let's go back a bit to set the scene. Roswell Army Airfield, which then became Roswell Air Force Base, which then became Walker Air Force Base, which then closed June 30th of 1967, left poor Roswell without the only real source of income they'd had for decades. Well, the answer to their prayers came along sometime in the 80s. Japan, not known for its sprawling landscapes, needed someplace big with runways where Japan Airlines could train its pilots. And the long shuttered airbase seemed to fit the bill. Perfect! Except 18 months later, they packed up and left, mumbling something about their equipment never working quite right. Was it because they just couldn't get used to living in a city that was actively leaning into the tourist dollars starting to come their way as the story of 1947's events became mainstream? Or was it that the inherent weirdness really did mess with their equipment to the point where they just had to leave? Which came first, the chicken or the egg? So, is Roswell too weird? Not at all. I don't mean to dunk on them. After all, it is the hometown of John Denver, Demi Moore, and Priscilla Presley. And they honored Stanton Friedman posthumously in 2022 with a star on its International UFO Museum Walk of Fame. But the question is, did the weirdness start because of what happened there in 1947? Or was something beyond our imagination attracted to the weirdness already there? My friend assures me that everyone there has a story to tell, but only after you close the notebook. Let's start at the beginning. July 2023. A man named Ross Coulthart sits down on the Project Unity podcast with host Jay Anderson. Now, Coulthart isn't some random guy on the internet. He's an award-winning Australian investigative journalist. He wrote a book called In Plain Sight, and he's the reporter who broke the David Grush whistleblower story that led to actual congressional hearings on UFOs. The guy has credentials. So when Coulthart leans into the microphone and says this on Project Unity with Jay Anderson, people pay attention.
What if some of that is so big it can't be moved? So big they built a building over it in a country outside of the United States of America. I know that sounds preposterous, and I know, oh my God, you can just hear them now, the bleating debunkers. Let's see this investigated.
Then he drops the real bomb.
I know exactly where it is.
He goes on another podcast, That UFO Podcast, and adds some details. He says he can't name the country. He says the facility where this thing is hidden serves a dual purpose, and that revealing its location would put people's lives in danger. Now, it's really important to note that he hasn't budged, not in 2.5 years. In August 2025, a former BBC journalist using the handle Moneypenny publicly challenged him on X, giving him 3 hours to respond, or she'd reveal the location herself. Coulthardt's response?
And I've actually had death threats from lunatics on the web who are saying to me I'm under an obligation to reveal it. But what I know is if I revealed the location of that object, I would put the lives of good men and women in the service of their country in jeopardy.
So Coulthard says it exists. He says he knows where it is, but he says he's not telling. Now, if this story stopped right there, most people would file it under interesting but unverifiable and move on. But it doesn't stop there. Because about a week before Coulthard drops his bombshell, a man named Dr. Stephen Greer steps up to a microphone at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C. on June 12, 2023. Greer is a retired emergency medicine physician and the founder of the Disclosure Project. Greer's been pushing for UFO disclosure for decades, and he doesn't play Coulthardt's game of mystery. He names names. He says a source told him about an alien craft in the mountains outside Seoul, South Korea. He says it was so huge, they had to build a structure around it. He claims South Korean forces brought the craft down using some type of electronic warfare system, and that the soldiers involved were very frightened by what they found. He says they had to carve out a huge part of the mountain just to contain it, because it was too massive to move anywhere. And the incident he's pointing to? October 1976. The South Korean military opened fire on unidentified lights flying over the capital city. We'll get to that in a minute. Greer also says we have the same kind of hiding in plain sight structure right here in the U.S. at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, but nobody knows where that site is. He says he can speak freely about all of this because as a private citizen, he's not bound by any classification restrictions. Now, I need to pause here and talk about Greer's credibility because it matters. A lot of people in the UFO community consider Greer to be a controversial figure. That's putting it gently. The Hollywood Reporter once described his documentary as far too impassioned in its nuttiness to be a purely cynical Scientology-style sham. A Substack called Political Saucer published a whole piece titled The Stephen Greer Problem, arguing that his approach creates what scientists call noise in the field. Every debunked claim, every sensationalized documentary, every unverified assertion adds to a cacophony that drowns out legitimate signals. So we've got one guy who says he knows where it is, but won't tell us. And another guy who tells us exactly where it is, but has a credibility problem. Not exactly a slam dunk. But then the game changes, because the story jumps from podcasters and researchers straight into the halls of Congress. In early 2026, Missouri Congressman Eric Burleson, a Republican who sits on the House Oversight Committee, goes on Newsmax with host Rob Finnerty and says this.
I'm not going to mention the country because I've heard of it inside of a closed setting. And I want to protect my classification level.
He's talking about the same object, an object so large it cannot be moved, with a structure built around it. He directly references Greer as having previously mentioned the site, and he expresses his frustration.
I'm having a difficult time getting access to even those facilities that are just within a few miles from my office in Washington, D.C. So to try to attempt to go to another country and get permission at that level is going to be somewhat insurmountable.
Now, this is a sitting United States congressman. And this isn't some fringe politician chasing headlines. Burleson has been building toward this moment for years. Let me walk you through his track record. In March 2025, Burleson hired David Grush as a special advisor. If that name doesn't ring a bell, Grush is the former Air Force intelligence officer who testified before Congress in July 2023 that the U.S. government was running illegal programs to retrieve and reverse engineer craft of non-human origin. His whistleblower complaint to the Intelligence Community Inspector General was found credible and urgent. Burleson brought him onto his staff, got his security clearance reinstated, and the House Ethics Committee signed off on the whole arrangement. In August 2025, Burleson introduced the UAP Disclosure Act as an amendment to the National Defense Authorization Act. And then, in September 2025, Burleson did something nobody expected. During a House oversight hearing on UAP transparency, he played a video. A video taken on October 30th, 2024 by an MQ-9 Reaper drone off the coast of Yemen. In the footage, a second Reaper drone fires a Hellfire missile at an unidentified object. The missile strikes the object, and the object keeps going. George Knapp, the investigative journalist who testified at that hearing, said,
"That's a Hellfire missile smacking into that UFO and just bounced right off." And it kept going.
ABC News, NBC News, CBS News, Fox News, and the War Zone all covered that footage. The Pentagon response? No comment. So now we've moved from podcasters talking about a mystery building to a sitting congressman with White House backing showing classified military footage in Congress with a decorated whistleblower on his staff, actively trying to get to the very site that Greer named 3 years earlier. And then February 2026, a name from a completely different era enters the conversation. Uri Geller. Yes, that Uri Geller. The famous, or depending on your perspective, infamous psychic and illusionist who was publicly debunked by James Randi back in 1973. However, declassified CIA documents confirm that Geller was genuinely tested under Project Stargate, the government's remote viewing program. In 1973, the CIA actually concluded that he demonstrated paranormal abilities, though the entire program was eventually scrapped in 1995. Geller posted on X.
"Look, I've been told many times not to talk about something to do with Korea. I don't care anymore."
He claims the U.S. Army flew him to South Korea undercover, allegedly to look for North Korean tunnels. But he said that wasn't the main reason. He claims a huge UFO was at the site and that large stone surrounding it absorbed the cosmic forces. Now, look, I know what some of you are thinking. Uri Geller? Really? And I hear you. But the point isn't whether you believe Geller's psychic powers are real. The point is that we now have a journalist, a physician, a congressman, a former intelligence officer, and a man with documented CIA connections all pointing at the same country. Now, let's talk about what they're actually pointing at. Internet sleuths zeroed in on a specific location almost immediately after these claims went public. The Anyang Vortak Station. It sits on top of a mountain near Anyang, South Korea, about 10 miles south of central Seoul. The coordinates are 37 degrees, 24 minutes, 49 seconds north, and 126 degrees, 55 minutes, and 42 seconds east. You can pull it up on Google Earth right now. What you'll see is a roughly 270-foot diameter circular structure sitting on a mountain peak. The structure underneath is a 30-foot tall circular building constructed using random rubble masonry. Researchers estimate approximately 8,000 to 9,000 stones were used in its construction. The site is off limits to civilian traffic, sitting in a military-controlled zone. And sitting right in the center of this massive stone circle is a Vortak antenna. That stands for VHF Omnidirectional Range and Tactical Air Navigation. It's a radio beacon used for aircraft navigation. Now, before the debunkers weigh in, you need to understand the event that believers say put something under that mountain. October 14th, 1976. Dusk is falling over Seoul. Citizens look up and see somewhere between 10 and 12 bright lights flying in a wing formation toward the Blue House, which is the presidential residence. Strictly a no-fly zone. And what happens next is both amazing and terrifying. Anti-aircraft gun positions around Seoul opened fire in the capital city. Thousands of rounds were fired into the sky over one of the most densely populated cities in Asia. 1 person was killed and 31 others were injured from stray bullets. The next day, the government tells the press that a Northwest Airlines cargo plane bound for Osaka accidentally wandered into restricted airspace and was fired upon. Case closed. Except the plane landed in Tokyo, not Osaka. And it landed unharmed, not a scratch on it. No evidence any bullets ever came near it. And there were thousands of witnesses who saw the lights, who saw the anti-aircraft fire, and whose descriptions of what they saw don't match a cargo plane at all. A Korean investigative show called I Want to Know It aired a special on the incident in November of 2020. Despite the fact that this was a military operation in the middle of the capital city with civilian casualties, there are virtually no surviving government records. Eyewitness testimony and government announcements don't match. Even the number of victims isn't consistent across reports. That's the incident. That's what believers say is connected to the structure on that mountain. Something was brought down that night, they claim, and the Anyang site is where it ended up. Now, let's talk about the people who say it's all nonsense. Because the debunkers on this one, they're pretty good. Tyler Rogoway is the founder and editor-in-chief of The War Zone, one of the most respected defense journalism outlets in the country. When the Seoul UFO claim started circulating in July of 2023, Rogoway didn't waste any time. He went on X and laid out a 3-point technical analysis that basically said, slow your roll. Point 1. The location makes perfect sense for a navigation beacon. It's on a mountain peak that provides a clear line of sight in all directions, which is exactly what you need for an omnidirectional radio emitter in terrain as mountainous as South Korea. Point 2. The antenna in the center is a common VORTAC array, critical for both civilian and military aviation operations. You can't put one of these things in a valley because the mountains would block the signal. You have to put it up high. Point 3. The large flat top of the structure. Rogoway says he looked at the satellite imagery and immediately thought, I bet you could drive vehicles up there. And sure enough, you can. He argues that during a crisis, this would be an ideal location for anti-aircraft systems, providing a wide area for sensors and missile batteries. And being right next to Seoul, that makes sense for a country that is technically still at war with its neighbor to the north. His conclusion? So, does a buried UFO come with all this? I will leave that answer up to you, but clearly, this facility has other, far more pedestrian purposes. And then there's the South Korean side of the debunk, which might be even more damaging to the UFO claim. NamaWiki, which is basically South Korea's Wikipedia, did a deep dive into the aviation records and found something pretty definitive. Communication transcripts from the 1976 Seoul UFO incident show that Flight NW902 flew 1 mile north of the Anyang Aviation Radio Beacon Station, which means the VORTAC was already built, already functioning as a radio beacon on the very night of the incident. If a UFO had crashed and this building was constructed around it afterward, the VORTAC would have had to be destroyed first, but the records show that it was operating normally. Their conclusion? It was initially impossible to build and expand Anyang VORTAC after the UFO fell. So, the debunkers have their evidence. The aviation records are real, the VORTAC's function checks out, but we still have a real historical event in a real city near a real facility and a growing list of people saying there's something hidden there. Now, I need to take you somewhere you might not expect, because there's a third possibility that we haven't explored yet. And in some ways, it's the most unsettling one. And to get there, we need to go back to New Mexico in the 1980s, because what happened there should make every single person watching this, believer or skeptic, deeply uncomfortable. A man named Paul Benowitz lived near Kirtland Air Force Base in Albuquerque. We have an episode where we dive deeper into Paul's story, and I will leave a link for that episode in the description. But for this episode, we'll just cover the highlights. Paul was a successful businessman, an electrical engineer, a physicist. He ran a company that had contracts with the Air Force. This was not some unhinged guy in a tinfoil hat. This was a smart, accomplished man who started picking up strange radio signals and filming unexplained lights over a part of the base that stored nuclear weapons. He reported what he was seeing to the Air Force. That's when things went sideways. Rather than telling Benowitz to stop or explaining that what he was observing was classified but terrestrial, the Air Force Office of Special Investigations assigned a counterintelligence agent named Richard Doty to handle him. And by handle, I mean systematically destroy his grip on reality. Doty, acting under orders from AFOSI with involvement from the NSA, CIA, and DIA, fed Benowitz fabricated documents confirming his worst fears: underground alien bases, secret government treaties with extraterrestrials, an impending invasion. They planted fake air vents around Dulce Mountain to make it look like something was hidden underground. They even projected shapes that looked like flying saucers into clouds in the area, all to keep Benowitz looking in the wrong direction, away from the actual classified programs he had stumbled onto. And it worked. Benowitz spiraled. He became increasingly paranoid. He claimed aliens were coming through the walls of his house at night. He started keeping guns and knives in every room. He was eventually hospitalized, and he never fully recovered. Paul Benowitz died in 2003, still believing a narrative that had been deliberately, knowingly, and methodically pushed on him by people who knew every word of it was false. Doty has admitted to all of it, publicly, on camera. He says he was following orders. The Air Force has never officially responded. Now, here's the part that should really bother you. After Doty came clean, after he admitted that he had fabricated documents, fed lies to researchers, and driven a man to a mental breakdown, the UFO community didn't shun him. They didn't treat him as a cautionary tale about the dangers of trusting government-adjacent sources. They invited him in. He spoke at UFO MegaCon in 2019. He sat for interviews with George Knapp. He consulted on the X-Files. The very community he had poisoned welcomed him as a source. And I'm not bringing this up to say that UFOs aren't real or that everyone researching them is being fooled. I'm bringing it up because the Benowitz case proves something important. The idea of a government using UFO mythology as a tool isn't some paranoid fantasy. It's documented history. It happened. They admitted it. And the people most passionate about the subject, the ones who would tell you they could never be manipulated, turned out to be the easiest to manipulate. Not because they were stupid, but because they wanted to believe so badly that even the man who had poisoned the well was welcome back to draw water. That's worth keeping in the back of your mind as we look at what's happening right now. Because a former Navy behavioral scientist thinks he sees the same playbook being run again, just at a much, much larger scale. In November 2025, a man named Chase Hughes sat down with Sean Ryan on The Sean Ryan Show, episode 253. If you haven't heard of Chase Hughes, he's a former U.S. Navy chief, a behavioral scientist, and an expert in psychological operations. He wrote a book called The Ellipsis Manual and another called The Behavior Operations Manual. He's a member of the behavioral panel on YouTube. This guy studies manipulation for a living. Sean Ryan asked him a direct question. Is that a psyop? Do you think that's a psyop? And Hughes didn't blink.
That we're managing the way that our perception of the UFO, UAP thing is being managed is absolutely a psyop.
Let that sink in for a second. He's not saying UFOs aren't real. He's saying the management of the information is the operation. He went on.
I've seen so many people come out and say, like, I'm allowed to say this and I'm not allowed to say that. And that's not what a whistleblower does.
Think about that. Coulthard says he knows where it is, but he can't tell you. Burleson says he heard about it in a classified setting and needs to protect his classification level. Greer says he can talk because he's not bound by the same rules. Each person reveals just a little more than the last. The drip never stops, but the faucet never fully opens either. Hughes laid out what he calls the FATE model of how psychological operations work. Focus, authority, tribe, emotion. Focus. Social media captures your attention by showing you what to look at. Like a couple of UFO posts and suddenly your entire feed is flying saucers. Authority. Blue check marks. Government officials. Retired military officers lending credibility. Tribe. UFO communities. Subreddits. Facebook groups. They create an us versus them identity. The believers versus the debunkers. Pick your side. And emotion. This is the big one. The anticipation cycle. So-and-so is going live tonight at 7. He's going to expose everything. New secrets you've never heard before. And then nothing really happens. But you'll be back tomorrow because maybe tomorrow is the night it all comes out. Sound familiar? Hughes was careful to say he's not arguing that UFOs don't exist. He's arguing that if your perception of a topic is being managed, then you are, by definition, inside a psychological operation. And the Seoul story maps onto his framework almost perfectly. And he's not the only one asking these questions. George Knapp, who testified before Congress and is arguably the most credible UAP journalist working today, acknowledged it directly when Representative Nancy Mace asked him during that September 2025 hearing if any of this could be a psyop. His answer? Entirely possible. I mean, our government and other governments have admitted that they've tried to use UFOs to cover secret projects. He gave a specific example. The Air Force planting fake UFO photos near Area 51 to create cover stories for classified aircraft testing. That's not conspiracy theory. That's documented history. Then you've got Joe Rogan, who's hosted nearly every major figure in this story at one point or another. And even Rogan, who clearly finds the topic fascinating, has expressed deep skepticism about the information pipeline. He told his audience,
I want to talk to the guy that sees the ship. That's it. Yes. No one else. Yes. And until then, I just feel like I'm being hosed. Yeah. It just seems too laid out on a platter. Yeah.
And then he made an observation that really stuck with me.
UFO disclosure is happening at the time of deepfakes. It's so weird, right?
I think that's all on purpose.
So what are we looking at here? Well, there are essentially 3 camps. Camp 1 says that it's real. An alien craft of enormous size sits hidden under a purpose-built structure near Seoul, South Korea. Multiple independent sources have converged on this claim over a period of years. A sitting congressman is actively pursuing access with White House support. A former intelligence officer whose whistleblower complaint was found credible and urgent is advising him. The pattern of convergent testimony is exactly what you would expect to see if the story were true. Camp 2 says this is a misidentification mixed with wishful thinking. The facility is a Vortac navigation station, fully explained by its aviation function. The stonework is consistent with military construction in a country that's been on a war footing for 70 years. The aviation records prove the facility predated any alleged crash, and nobody, not one person, has produced a single piece of physical evidence. And Camp 3 says this might be something worse than either of those two. That the disclosure narrative itself is a controlled operation designed to manage public perception for purposes we don't fully understand yet. Maybe to justify black budget spending, maybe to distract from something else entirely, maybe to create such a thick fog of claims and counterclaims that if something genuinely extraordinary were ever revealed, the public would be too exhausted to care. The political analysis site Political Saucer made an argument that I think is worth sitting with. Repeated cycles of bombshell claims that never deliver verifiable proof create something called disclosure fatigue. In this view, the PSYOP isn't about making you believe. It's about making you stop believing. It's about inoculating the public against the truth by drowning it in the noise. And here's the thing that really keeps me up at night about this story. All three of those explanations can be simultaneously true. It's possible that an extraordinary object exists. It's possible that the specific facility identified is not where it's hidden. And it's absolutely possible that the way this information is being released to the public is being carefully managed, regardless of what the underlying truth actually is. Chase Hughes said something during his interview that I think sums up the whole dilemma perfectly. He said that if someone sits in front of you and says, I can't say this, but I can tell you this one thing, that's not a whistleblower. That's a controlled government release of information. And yet, David Grush filed a formal whistleblower complaint. It was investigated, and the Inspector General found it credible and urgent. That's not nothing. That's the system working exactly the way it's supposed to. So which is it? Is the system working, or is the system the operation? I don't have the answer. And honestly, I'm not sure anyone does right now. What I do know is this. There is a 270-foot stone circle on a mountain south of Seoul that you can look at with your own eyes on a satellite map. There is a 1976 incident in which a government opened fire on unidentified lights over its own capital city and then tried to pretend it didn't happen. There is a congressman with a decorated intelligence officer on his staff, backed by the White House, actively trying to get to a specific site overseas. And there is a behavioral scientist who makes a very compelling case that every single breadcrumb you've been fed is exactly the breadcrumb someone wanted you to find. The story isn't over, not by a long shot. Whether the answer turns out to be extraterrestrial, terrestrial, or something we haven't even considered yet, the fact that we're having this conversation in 2026 with members of Congress and the White House involved tells you something has fundamentally shifted. The question is whether that shift is bringing us closer to the truth or further from it. We've heard what people saw and what the government said back. Now let's dive into what you can actually measure. Some of this isn't a story anyone has to swear to. It's on camera, on radar, sitting in data that's outlived every easy explanation thrown at it. No campfire, no trust me, just evidence that won't go away. This isn't a story about a single sighting. It's not a story about one witness. It's a story about 42 straight years of instrumented, peer-reviewed, multinational scientific study. Cameras, radar, magnetometers, antennas, laser trackers, all pointed at a phenomena that has made scientists from 3 different countries publicly admit in print that they don't know what they're looking at. I didn't know any of this 2 weeks ago, so I'm betting you don't either. Hang with me for just a little while and you're going to learn something mind-blowing today. And just a word of warning, there's one experiment they ran that I still can't wrap my head around. So stick around for that one. All right, today we are going to Hessdalen, which is a very small valley in rural central Norway, about 75 miles south-southeast of Trondheim. 45 minutes north of a little mining town called Røros. The valley runs roughly 7 miles long and maybe 2.5 miles wide. Total population of about 140 people, smaller than a lot of suburban cul-de-sacs. Steep evergreen slopes, frozen lakes in winter, short bright summers, reindeer. Nothing that should be interesting. no airport, no major military installation, no defense air traffic, nothing on paper that should make the sky above this valley any different than the sky above any other valley in Scandinavia. But it is. Very much so. Since the 1930s, at the absolute minimum, and we're going to push that date way back here in a second, residents and scientists have observed glowing spheres of light hanging in the sky over this valley. Sometimes white, sometimes yellow, sometimes red, sometimes the size of a car, sometimes the size of a house, sometimes sitting still for hours, sometimes moving at speeds we are not supposed to be able to move at, sometimes ejecting smaller balls out of themselves, sometimes showing up as what witnesses describe as fully metallic floating objects. And everyone who has seriously studied these things, from skeptical Italian radio astronomers to a credentialed astrophysicist affiliated with Harvard, has said some version of the same thing. We don't know what this is. Which is strange, because usually when a mystery hangs around for this long, somebody figures out the boring answer.
There was no alien. The flash of light you saw in the sky was not a UFO. Swamp gas from a weather balloon was trapped in a thermal pocket and refracted the light from Venus.
Hessdalen has resisted every boring answer anyone has thrown at it, and the story goes way back further than you would expect. Now, before we unpack this treasure trove of scientific insanity, I'm sure some of you are already asking, isn't this just the Norwegian version of Marfa? Fair question. There are a handful of famous ghost light sites around the world. Marfa, Texas, Brown Mountain, North Carolina, Min Min in Outback Australia, the Naga fireballs in Thailand. But every one of those has at least a slightly plausible, somewhat convincing, conventional explanation. Marfa claims thermal inversion bending distant car headlights. Brown Mountain is mirages of distant lights plus atmospheric magnification. Min Min is marsh gas plus refraction plus piezoelectric effects from quartz-rich rock. Naga fireballs are disputed, but a lot of researchers think monks or locals are firing flares. Monks are firing flares? Good, reproducible, mostly convincing explanations. Case more or less closed. Now, Hessdalen. 42 years of continuous instrumented observation, 2,000 plus reports, radar tracking objects moving at over 18,000 miles per hour, rare earth minerals in the light spectrum, interactive laser response, metallic craft close encounters, documentation going back to 1811. Don't worry, these are all things that we're going to talk about, but I want to give you an idea of how out of the sandbox we are playing here. And there are a number of different theories as to what's going on. Together, those theories get you maybe half of what the lights do. The other half sits there, peer-reviewed and unexplained. Hessdalen is not the Norwegian Marfa. It is in a category all its own. If you search the web and read a quick summary of the Hessdalen Lights, it will tell you that people have been seeing them since the 1930s. Technically accurate, but wildly incomplete. In 1811, a Norwegian parish priest named Jakob Toda Krog was newly assigned to the area, and he wrote in his diary describing what he saw above the valley. In the last days of the year 1811, a star with big shining brushwoods was seen on the sky. It gave away a huge glare. That's 1811, more than 200 years ago. Long before electric lights, long before powered flight, long before the word UFO existed in any language. When Father Jakob asked the locals about what he was seeing, they told him these lights appeared frequently. They had been for as long as anyone could remember. The priest thought he was documenting something novel. The community response was basically, "Oh, those. Yeah, we get those." 84 years later, in 1895, a local Norwegian newspaper called Fjelljom published a full article about the strange lights. The article went out of its way to distinguish what people were seeing from meteors, from fires, from any known celestial event. 19th century local press, in print, trying to figure this out. Then things went quiet. Not completely. It never actually stopped, but it wasn't until 1981 that the sky over Hessdalen turned into a full-blown media event. December 1981. A young couple named Olga and Ruth Mary Moo are out in the evening dark. They look up. They see what they describe as a burning fireball hanging in the sky. They tell their neighbors, and the neighbors look up. And pretty much overnight, the sky over Hessdalen goes from quiet to anything but. By the end of 1981 and through the first half of 1984, the lights are appearing 15 to 20 times per week. Not per year, per week. Some weeks, there are multiple sightings. Tourists start showing up on overnight bus trips from Oslo. Campers with cameras, journalists, skeptics. One Norwegian photographer named Leif Havik essentially makes a career out of camping in the valley and personally logs hundreds of sightings. In the summer of 1983, a small team of researchers, including a young engineer named Erling Strand, got approval to launch an actual scientific study. They called it Project Hessdalen. And what makes this different from your typical UFO case is that the institutional partners are the Norwegian Defense Research Establishment, which is basically the Norwegian version of DARPA, and what would later become Østfold University College. In most UFO cases, you get a flurry of media, then the military quietly shuts it down and it becomes folklore. Hessdalen did not follow that pattern. The Norwegian Defense Research Establishment actually lent them equipment, magnetometers, which measure magnetic fields, radar, seismographs, Geiger counters, infrared viewers, the works. From January 21st through February 26th of 1984, Strand and his team camp out in that valley and run equipment 24 hours a day. In those 18 days, they logged 53 visual observations. 53! With instruments, with multiple witnesses, with radar and visual confirmation at the same time. And the weird starts immediately. At one point, the team triggers a radio transmitter, and the phenomena vanishes at the exact instant the radio is turned on. Radar sometimes picks up objects that are not visible to the eye. Cameras capture objects that did not register on radar. Sometimes glow with no radar return. Sometimes radar return with no glow. Sometimes both. Strand publishes his report in 1985. His conclusion? We do not know what this is. We have multiple contradictory characteristics to explain, and it warrants further study. Which is honestly the most scientifically honest thing anyone has ever said about a UFO investigation. And it's the part of this story where the researchers take it up a notch because Strand is not about to walk away. Now, I want to slow down for a minute because the 1980s wave was not just lights in the distance. They were close encounters. A journalist named Arne Vist went to Hessdalen specifically trying to debunk this whole thing. February 11th, 1982, he's standing near Rohovde Mountain. He watches a light approach. In his own words, a star came toward us. It moved, he said, with tremendous speed. It grows in size and intensity, and then it stops, descends, and vanishes before he can take a second picture. He goes from debunker to witness to chronicler in the span of just one evening. And later, Vist sees the lights again with roughly 30 other people around. The lights pulsate and change colors. And then, as Vist describes it, a long oval-shaped light comes up the valley along the mountainside, stops, and slowly rotates. As it reaches the top of the mountain, it turns itself vertically like the way a rocket would sit on a launch pad. A local man named Lars Lillevold, out with the research team on a March expedition, watches an oblong object pass slowly in front of Finsehogda Mountain in broad daylight. Not a glow, an object. And before you tell yourself this is all the 1980s tourist bubble, I want to tell you one more. In 2003, a farmer named Bjarne Lillevold, who owns the land where the main research station sits, logs his 68th personal sighting of the phenomena. 68! In his own words, the light was strong, red, as big as the moon. It was rolling around its middle like a wheel is rolling. He said it moved slowly south toward the research station and then changed direction, then moved north and disappeared behind some trees. That was 2003, 20 years after the tourist wave had ended. This valley is still doing this right now. And if you think that's the strangest thing anyone has ever reported seeing in this corner of Norway, you haven't heard about the lake yet. We'll get there. The 1981 to 1984 wave was the tourist wave. By the early 1990s, sightings had settled down to 10 to 30 a year. Still a lot for an unexplained phenomena, but below the public's fascination threshold. Most of the world stopped paying attention, but the scientists didn't. In August of 1998, Strawn's team installs a permanent automated observation station right in the middle of the valley. This thing is a scientific powerhouse with cameras on fixed mounts, magnetometers, radar, and a trigger system that automatically detects, timestamps, and records anomalous events with no human required. They call it the blue box. It was the first automated anomaly detection recording system ever built for any unexplained phenomena anywhere on Earth. It has been running for 28 years and has logged hundreds of events. That kind of blows my mind. There's a piece of scientific equipment sitting in a Norwegian valley that has been quietly watching the sky for nearly 3 decades, building a data set on a phenomena that mainstream science largely says does not exist. And the data set keeps growing. In 1999, Italian radio astronomers from Italy's National Research Council get involved. They launch a program called EMBLA, E-M-B-L-A. They bring equipment that Strawn's 1984 team can't get. Radio spectrum analyzers, which scan the airwaves for unusual radio signals. VLF antennas, which pick up very low frequency radio waves, the kind that can travel through solid rock and water. Diffraction grating spectroscopy, which is a fancy way of saying they split the light into its component colors, which lets you read which chemical elements are glowing. And Doppler radar, which bounces radio waves off moving objects to measure how fast they're moving. And what they find is, honestly, stranger than what Strawn found. The phenomena, when it is glowing, can emit up to 19 kilowatts of radiant power. That's the continuous draw of roughly 200 100-watt light bulbs, lit non-stop, floating in the air, in a valley with no visible power source. And 19 kilowatts is a conservative estimate. Some of the higher estimates run well above a megawatt. 19 is just the number that the peer-reviewed literature lands on. Over one continuous 25-day monitoring stretch, they pick up structured, periodic, Doppler-shifted radio signals from the phenomena. Not static, not atmospheric noises, signals. Now, it took a long conversation with Grok for me to wrap my head around this one, so I'm going to save you the trouble. We all know the Doppler effect from sound, right? A train horn rises in pitch as it races towards you, then drops as it passes. Now, picture Bigfoot screaming and charging right at you, but before he gets too close, while he's still screaming, he suddenly backs up. Then he charges forward again, over and over. As Bigfoot moves closer and farther, the pitch of his scream rises and falls, just like the low-frequency radio signal the scientists picked up in Hessdalen. Except this Bigfoot was whipping back and forth at 6,200 to 62,000 miles per second. That's up to a third of the speed of light. The spectrum analysis broke down the light into its chemical components: hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen. Okay, so far, that's air. Then silicon, iron, titanium, and scandium. Scandium is a rare earth mineral. The electrical engineer who led the spectral work, a guy named Bjørn Gitle Hauge, said it himself. It was very, very surprising to find scandium in it. Why is scandium weird? Because thortveitite, the mineral that actually contains scandium, was first discovered in Norway. This rare earth fingerprint in the light spectrum lines up with the mineral geology directly beneath the valley. Whatever is glowing up there is apparently pulling trace elements out of the ground and lighting them up in the sky. High-resolution observations also showed something else. What looks like one big ball of light to your naked eye is often actually made of many smaller points, each vibrating around a common center of mass. Like a flock of birds in tight formation, where each bird is a glowing dot and the whole flock moves as one coordinated unit. The balls eject smaller balls. They change shape, they split, they recombine. And a few years into the EMBLA work, the team runs an experiment that nobody had ever tried before. I promise I will come back to it. Just keep holding that thought, because first we need to make a little side trip to a lake just outside of Røros that has something insane sitting at the bottom. But before I tell you what's below the surface, I need to tell you what happened above the surface in the skies over Scandinavia 1 year earlier. 1946. Scandinavia experiences something called the ghost rocket wave. Between February and December of that year, approximately 2,000 sightings are reported across Sweden, Finland, and Norway. The objects are described as silent, metallic, and cigar-shaped, often trailing smoke. They fly in ways that captured German V-2 rockets can't. They maneuver, bank, and change direction. Several are reported to have crashed into lakes. The peak of the activity is August 1946. The Swedish Defense Staff publicly acknowledges on October 10th of that year that some of the sightings cannot be explained as natural phenomena, Swedish aircraft, or Soviet weaponry. Fast forward a year. Roughly 17 miles northwest of Hessdalen sits a lake called Djupsjön. In early August of 1947, about a year after the ghost rocket wave peaked, and about a month after the Roswell incident, a farmer named Bernhard Sulia is working the hay with his farmhand Harald Engvik. They watch an egg-shaped object descend toward the lake. Loudly. It sounds like a jet engine, and it's moving fast. And right before it hits the water, it executes a perfect 180-degree turn, the way something with a pilot turns. And then it drops into the lake, and it does not come back up. The lake is searched at the time with the resources available, which in rural Norway in 1947 is essentially a few farmers in a couple of rowboats looking down into the water. The story gets written down. It gets passed around. It becomes local legend. 77 years later, from February 19th through the 24th of 2024, the Norwegian UFO Center, led by researcher Rune Rostad, organized one of the largest civilian search operations in Norwegian history. They called it Operation Arctic Seal. They descend on Djupsjön with sonar, remote-operated subs, and professional divers from a company called Subsea Fossen. The lake was frozen. They cut through about 2.5 feet of ice. Now, just a little aside here. If you're like me, the first thought that came to my head was, why did they do this in winter when it's cold and they have to cut through the ice? Turns out that when you have this kind of an operation using divers and submersibles and stuff, they actually prefer the ice. I guess it's much easier to put up with the cold, but have a solid, stable surface to send stuff into the water than to launch everything from boats. I never would have guessed that in a million years. Anyway, Major Randolph Strømsnes of the Royal Norwegian Air Force visits the site. 2 F-35 fighter jets fly over the lake during the operation. And the sonar hits something hard, buried in about 18 inches of mud. Under the mud is a layer of clay packed so hard that the divers can't even push a knife through it. And under that clay cap is an object roughly 46 feet long and 10 feet wide. Unfortunately, Operation Arctic Seal did not recover the object. No photographs have been released and no identification has been made. It could be Soviet-era debris from the ghost rocket wave. Could be a sunken boat. Could be a geological anomaly. But the Norwegian Air Force thought it was worth sending F-35s over. And 17 miles down the road in Hessdalen, the sky kept doing what the sky in Hessdalen does. So, that's the story. 200 years of sightings. A permanent automated observatory logging data since 1998. Italian radio astronomers picking up rare earth metals and structured radio signals. A lake with something buried in it. And I still have not gotten to the strangest experiment that they ran. I could stop here, roll the credits, tell you this is the greatest scientific mystery you've never heard of, and call it a day. But that is not what we do on this channel. Because if Hessdalen is real, whatever is real has to survive a real fight. And the skeptics have some pretty good punches to throw. Italian engineer Jader Monari mapped the geology of the valley. And what he found is pretty interesting. The western slope contains iron and zinc ore. The eastern slope is rich in copper sulfide ore. And running between them is a river called the Hessia, which picks up sulfuric acid from drainage out of the old Roswell copper mines, which operated from 1644 until 1977. That acid makes the river electrically conductive. And buried underneath the whole thing is a dark blob of igneous rock called a gabbro intrusion that forms when magma cools slowly underground. It is laced with sulfide mineralization, which functions as a conductor tying everything together. It's not that the gabbro itself is making the lights. It's that the gabbro is the underground wiring that lets the valley function as one big electrochemical cell instead of two unrelated ore bodies sitting on opposite hillsides. Monari's hypothesis is that the entire valley is a giant natural battery. Greek researchers at Aristotle University mapped a conductive zone at roughly 4 miles by 7.5 miles, which lines up almost exactly with that gabbro intrusion under the valley. So maybe what people are seeing is just atmospheric electricity cooked up by a valley-sized natural battery discharging into the sky. Two Brazilian researchers, Gerson Paiva and Carlton Taft, proposed something a little more specific. They say the lights are something called dusty plasma. Plasma is just the fourth state of matter, like lightning or the glow inside a neon sign. Dusty plasma is plasma that has picked up charged dust particles. Those particles can organize themselves into structures, sometimes really pretty geometric structures. The whole thing glows, and it can hold itself together for surprisingly long stretches. So how do you get plasma in the middle of a Norwegian valley? Radon gas. Radon seeps up out of the mineral-rich valley floor. As it decays, it produces alpha particles, which ionize the air around them. The dust comes from centuries of accumulated mining dust drifting down from the Roswell copper works. Radon plus mining dust equals a natural dusty plasma factory. And there is a third explanation. Quartz-rich rock under tectonic stress actually generates voltage. This is a real physical effect. It's called piezoelectricity, and it is the same reason your grill lighter works. Hessdalen sits on geologically active substrate. Microfracturing in the bedrock could produce localized high voltage events. That voltage creates a strong electric field that ionizes the air around it, stripping electrons off air molecules. When things start to settle back down and those electrons recombine with the ions, they release energy as photons, which is the glow you can see. It's the same mechanism now widely accepted for earthquake lights, which used to be considered paranormal and are now understood as real atmospheric electricity. Okay, that theory seems somewhat plausible. Remember that light spectrum analysis that found scandium in the mix? The rare earth metal the Italians were so surprised to see in the light spectrum? Skeptics have a pretty easy answer for that one. The Roswell Copper Works operated for 333 years. The valley air carries centuries of accumulated mining dust, which contains exactly the trace minerals that show up in the emission spectrum. An ordinary atmospheric discharge passing through that dust would ionize those metals and produce exactly the same emission lines. The scandium isn't evidence of an anomalous object. It's evidence of an ordinary discharge passing through unusual air. And the 1981 to 1984 wave, where sightings jumped from 15 or 20 per week, skeptics point out that wave started at the same time media coverage started. When hundreds of amateur observers are camped out in a Norwegian valley on long winter nights, somebody is going to see something they interpret as weird, even if it's really satellites or planes or planets. The wave may be partially a self-amplifying tourist event. And even the wave clustering over centuries argument has an answer. Every single historical wave correlates with a moment when someone was paying attention. In 1811 is when Krogh arrived and started writing. 1895 is when the local newspaper decided the story was worth printing. 1981 is the modern tourist surge. The clustering may be entirely because somebody looked up, saw lights, and started getting everyone else to look up. And then there's the blue box, the permanent automated station, the one that has been logging data for 28 years. The one I told you was a triumph of persistent science. The skeptics say, not so fast on this one too. The blue box is a trigger-based system. By design, it only records events its sensors classify as anomalous. That means the entire public dataset is a dataset of anomalies. There is no clean published baseline showing how often the system records mundane phenomena for comparison, which means we cannot actually tell just how weird Hessdalen is compared to any other random Norwegian valley. And one last little tidbit about the quote we shared from the parish priest, Jakob Toda Krogh, about the bright light he saw in the sky. As it turns out, 1811 is notable in astronomy history for the comet of 1811. This thing was as bright in the night sky as the largest stars, with a super long tail that stretched from 25 to 45 degrees across the sky. To put that into perspective, that's anywhere from 2.5 to 5 times longer than the tail on Halley's Comet on its flyby in 1986. So, was good old Father Jakob seeing the Hessdalen Lights or the comet of 1811? We will never know. So, take all of that, add it up. A natural battery, dusty plasma from radon and mining dust, piezoelectric discharges from quartz under stress, a 333-year dust supply that explains the scandium, observer amplification in the tourist wave clustering that tracks human attention, not anomalous activity, and a scientific instrument that was designed to record only weird things. If you took just those arguments, you could walk away from this video believing Hessdalen is an interesting geological curiosity that has been overhyped by 40 years of atmospheric drama. And that would be a perfectly defensible place to land. Except there's a residue. Some things survive the hammer, and that residue is the reason I made this video. The tourist amplification argument is strong for the 1980s wave. It is not strong for anything that happened before radios existed. Krogh wrote his diary entry in 1811. Even if he was only seeing a comet, doesn't change the fact that everyone in the area told him those lights had always been there for as long as they all could remember. That predates the modern tourist wave by 170 years. The Fjellhjelm newspaper article ran in 1895. That predates the modern tourist wave by 86 years. And in both cases, when the writers asked the locals said the lights had been there as long as anyone could remember. You cannot explain 200 years of multi-generational community memory with tourist bias. The tourists weren't there yet. The tourists weren't even born yet. And the witnesses in this story are not the usual UFO convention crowd. Arne Vist was a journalist who went to Hessdalen specifically to write a debunking piece and came back a true believer. Bernhard Sullia, the farmer at Upschuan, went on to serve as mayor of Røros. Local farmers who know the area, trained engineers tracking objects on radar that their own eyes could not see. These are not people with a history of reporting ghost encounters. These are people who are going about their daily lives when something refused to behave like it was supposed to. Now I want to talk about the radar tracking of signals moving at insane speeds. We already talked about the low frequency sound waves traveling at upwards of 1/3 the speed of light. But those aren't the only insanely fast things flying around the valley. There are visible lights seen on regular radar that hit speeds of over 18,000 miles per hour. The skeptics will say radar artifacts are common. Birds, weather clutter, ion disturbances, plasma from the valley's own geology, and an object transitioning from stationary to 18,000 miles per hour inside a valley would require accelerations that should tear it apart and produce a shockwave. Absence of that shockwave means either the object has no meaningful mass, which is not normal, or the radar track is an artifact. Occam's razor would then tell you it's radar artifacts. Okay, you get one artifact, you throw it out. Easy. Except multiple independent teams across multiple years using separately calibrated equipment keep getting velocity returns that should not exist. The highest measured velocity on one of those tracks was approximately 18,600 miles per hour. Let me translate that. That is Mach 24. That is about 5 miles per second. It is faster than a rifle bullet by a factor of 10. It is faster than the International Space Station, which has to move at roughly 17,100 miles per hour to stay in orbit. The Hessdalen tracks, at their peak, are faster than orbital velocity inside a 7-mile-long valley. The skeptics are right when they say a solid object moving that fast through the lower atmosphere should generate a supersonic shockwave. It should leave a glowing ion trail. It should heat the air around it enough to burn on infrared like a comet. The Hessdalen Lights, when they do this, do it silently. Either the object has no meaningful mass, which is very weird, or the radar is systematically wrong across multiple independent teams from multiple countries using different equipment. And that second option, honestly, is harder to believe than the first one. And now, the experiment I promised I would come back to. Somewhere in the early 2000s, during the Italian Embla fieldwork, the team decided to try something nobody had done before. They aimed a laser at one of the light balls while it was active. Not a big laser, not a military-grade laser. A helium neon laser. The kind of red laser pointer you would use for a PowerPoint presentation to point at something on the screen. Less than 1 milliwatt of power. A toy. Compared to a 19 kilowatt glowing sphere, it's essentially nothing. But the ball responded. Erling Strand described the test as, once, we used laser to point to the phenomena when it showed up, and it reacted. It was at that time a flashing light, and when we pointed the laser beam to it, it changed the flashing frequency. It doubled the flashing frequency. And we take it down again, and it went back to regular flashing. And we did this test 9 times, and 8 of those 9 times it changed the flashing. 9 trials, 8 responses. This is not observer amplification. This is not mining dust. This is not a coincidence. This is an interactive response to a specific, repeatable input. Laser on, pulse rate doubles. Laser off, pulse rate returns to normal. Laser on again, pulse rate doubles again. 8 out of 9 times. A chemical process does not do this. A plasma cloud does not do this. A charged dust cluster does not do this. A battery does not do this. Piezoelectric discharge absolutely does not do this. The only things in nature we know of that respond to a directed signal like this are electronic receivers and living organisms. That's it. Which brings us to Dr. Massimo Teodoranti. Teodoranti is the principal Italian researcher on EMBLA. He has a PhD in astrophysics from the University of Bologna. He's currently listed as an affiliate of the Galileo Project, the Harvard initiative founded by Avi Loeb to search for evidence of extraterrestrial technological civilizations. Not fringe, credentialed. Before anyone gets carried away, let me be very clear about what Teodoranti is proposing. He's not saying this is aliens. What he is saying is, in my opinion, even weirder and way cooler. He is saying that plasma, hot ionized gas, may, under the right conditions, exhibit self-organizing properties that are thermodynamically indistinguishable from what we normally call life. His argument, which he has published in peer-reviewed outlets, is that plasma systems can display what he calls memory marks. They can self-duplicate like a dividing cell. They can do metabolic like energy processing, meaning they pull in energy from whatever's around them, like the atmosphere or electrical fields, and use it to keep going and change shape, like how a living cell burns sugar fuel to stay alive. And if that doesn't sound crazy enough, I'm not done. In research done between 2004 and 2007, a Russian plasma scientist named Vadim Tsitovich was able to see, through computer modeling, the charged dust particles arrange themselves into double helices, as in the same shape as DNA. I know computer modeling is not real life, but other plasma experiments have documented the dust organizing into strings and single helices. And observers at Hessdalen have seen geometric patterns and shapes within some of the plasma bubbles. In plain English, plasma, in certain configurations, might behave a little bit like a brain, or a little bit like a single-celled organism. Not carbon-based, not eating sugar, but in some real measurable sense, alive. And Teodoranti's proposal is that Hessdalen may be the closest thing Earth has to a persistent natural laboratory for actually observing it. Is he right? I have no idea. This is not mainstream scientific consensus. Mainstream plasma physicists regard the hypothesis as speculative. He might be wildly, catastrophically wrong. But here's what I keep coming back to. Let me lay out what a working theory of Hessdalen has to explain. All at once. The phenomena responds to a laser by changing its pulsation. It ejects smaller units of itself. Those smaller units behave coherently. The whole object vibrates around a shared center of mass. It sometimes selectively avoids detection when electromagnetic transmitters turn on. It sometimes emits so much radiant power that no known conventional mechanism cleanly accounts for it. It returns velocity tracks on multiple independent radars that should not be physically possible. It sometimes takes the form of what witnesses describe as a solid, rotating metallic object. And it has been doing all of this in the same place for at least 215 years. The geology explanations account for maybe half of the list. Maybe more than half. I'll give him that. Teodoranti's hypothesis is the only one on the table that even tries to account for the whole list at once. He could be wrong, but nobody else is even trying. And here's what most Hessdalen coverage does not tell you, because most Hessdalen coverage is out of date. On March 9th of 2023, the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies a United States-based group of scientists working on unidentified anomalous phenomena, announced a formal partnership with Project Hessdalen. That partnership is active. Project Hessdalen formalized as a nonprofit the same year. The Harvard Galileo Project lists Hessdalen as a key long-term study site. Teodoranyi is affiliated with both. Greek researchers at Aristotle University are expanding the low-frequency radio mapping. A new geomagnetic variometer, which is an instrument that measures tiny changes in Earth's magnetic field, now sits in the valley correlating magnetic shifts with observed light events. The baseline is holding steady at 10 to 30 events per year. So, keep an eye on 3 things over the next couple of years. First, the Galileo Project's new instrumented observatories. They are rolling out in multiple locations, Hessdalen being one of them. If any one of them captures a high-resolution, full-spectrum, multi-sensor recording of a light bulb doing what Teodoranyi predicts, we will have the cleanest piece of evidence ever captured for a non-conventional aerial phenomena. Second, whatever's under Lake Upshuan. If somebody actually ever recovers and identifies that 46-foot object buried under the clay cap, it changes the conversation about Scandinavian UAP history permanently. Third, the next wave. Hessdalen activity is cyclical. 1946 was a wave. 1981 to 1984 was a wave. Smaller waves have been reported in the 90s and early 2000s. If the pattern holds, the next significant spike could arrive in the next 5 to 10 years. And this time, unlike 1981, the researchers will already have the blue box, the Italian instruments, the Greek surveys, the geomagnetic variometer, the Galileo sensors. All of that is already in place and watching. Honestly, when I started researching this video, I thought Hessdalen was going to be a fun Norwegian ghost light story with a tidy plasma explanation at the end. And then I ran it through the skeptic gauntlet. And I want to tell you where that left me because it did not leave me where I expected. The geological explanations are real. The battery works, the dusty plasma works, the piezoelectric discharges work. The 333-year mining dust explains a lot. The 1981 to 1984 tourist amplification was probably a real effect. All of that is true. But even after all that, it doesn't change the fact that the lights predate the tourists by almost 2 centuries. The witnesses include debunkers and trained engineers. The radar tracks cross-confirm across multiple teams and multiple decades. And when researchers pointed a 1 milliwatt red laser pointer at the phenomena, it changed its pulsation rate 9 times out of 9 attempts, with 8 returning to normal when the laser turned off. No battery does that. No plasma cloud does that. No rock under stress does that. I don't know what's making the lights. The battery theory gets part of it. The dusty plasma theory gets part. The piezoelectric theory gets part. Together, they get you maybe half of what the lights actually do. If you want to call the rest of it extraterrestrial, I can't prove you wrong. If you want to call it natural and just poorly understood, I can't prove you wrong. If you want to call it proto-life, I can't prove you wrong either. Something is happening over that valley. Nobody can say with certainty what it is. The data are not going away. The priest wrote about it. The newspapers wrote about it. The Norwegian military chased it. The engineers measured it. The Italians spectrographed it. And the Greeks mapped its radio emissions. And right now, tonight, there's a very real possibility that somewhere over the Hessdalen Valley, a glowing ball of something is sitting in the air, pulsing with no power source anyone has identified, emitting scandium lines, and waiting for someone with a laser pointer to come along and ask it a question.
Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy.
Definitely a dark time for the United States. Ready or not, here we go. So America is in knives out mode. But 2 months after entering the war, the Western Defense Command, a division of the U.S. Army, had only 10% of the anti-aircraft guns needed to defend the Los Angeles area. They had 12 anti-aircraft guns. 12 for the entire area. I'm sure they're working on it. I mean, it had been 130 years since a foreign war had come to our doorstep. I think we were a little rusty at protecting the home front, which is why an attack on the Elwood oil field near Santa Barbara on February 23rd, 1942, so not even 3 months after the attack on Pearl Harbor, hit a little too close to home, figuratively and literally. A Japanese submarine lobbed about 25 shells at the facility from a little less than a mile offshore. It caused minimal damage, physically, mostly to a pump house and a derrick, but psychologically was a different story. I mean, Hawaii was our territory, and the attack there was devastating. But Hawaii is still really far away. The Elwood oil field attack meant war was real, and it was on our home shores. So you can imagine the state of hyper-awareness the people in the Los Angeles area are probably in when just a day later, the evening of February 24th, air raid sirens reverberate through the air. At 7:18 p.m., flares and blinking lights are reported near defense plants. But nothing happens. So, the all clear is given. And then at 2 a.m., so the morning of the 25th, U.S. Army radar detects unidentified objects about 120 miles west of Los Angeles, approaching the coast at varying speeds and altitudes. At 2:25 a.m., the air raid sirens blare again with a mandatory blackout.
Anti-aircraft guns went into action against unidentified aircraft in the Los Angeles area.
Los Angeles?
Shortly after 3 a.m. Pacific wartime this morning. The anti-aircraft guns began barking during a blackout.
Thousands of air raid wardens jump into service. These are the guys who go around the neighborhood making sure that no one even lights a cigarette on the streets. No lights anywhere for any reason. At 3:16 a.m., as powerful searchlights scan the skies, the 37th Coast Artillery Brigade sees something and opens fire from Santa Monica with 50 cal machine guns and 12.8-pound anti-aircraft shells. And for the next hour, 3 separate regiments, with some help from a few others, fire 1,447 shells. Reports are coming in from all over from people who see anywhere from 1 to 15 planes in the sky, flying at anywhere from 9 to 18,000 feet. Some report seeing a large floating object like a balloon, but no planes are hit, no bombs are dropped. In fact, the only damage reported is from falling shrapnel and duds. Interestingly enough, as all of this chaos is going on, not one U.S. plane left the ground. Things eventually calm down, and at 7:21 a.m., the all clear is given. When the dust settles, everyone is asking, what happened? Who attacked us? Unfortunately, turns out nobody knows. Of course, the first and most obvious culprit is the Japanese. We are at war with them, and they just attacked an oil field the night before. And unlike the US, they have subs that are capable of carrying small seaplanes and launching them with a catapult to either conduct recon or conduct air raids on the coastlines. But with no bombs being dropped, the idea became, well, maybe they're flying commercial planes overhead just to demoralize the American public. Kind of a see how easily we can invade your airspace kind of thing. But they were actually ruled out pretty fast. Why would the Japanese fly over LA if they're not going to bomb it? The place was blacked out, so a recon run is kind of a moot point, and the radar signature didn't match. Whatever was showing up on radar was moving pretty slow, slower than an airplane. After the war ended, the Japanese came out and said, oh, by the way, we didn't bomb Los Angeles. So, probably not the Japanese. Except, I could see a scenario where the Japanese are thinking, we're in enough trouble already. Let's not pile on ourselves by letting them know we did that too. But I don't know, but let's take their word for it on this one. But not even the US government is blaming the Japanese. The official story is that everybody was just so freaked out from the bombing of the oil fields just the night before that adrenaline meters were running just a little high when the sirens went off yet again. And understandably so. 2,403 people had just been killed at Pearl Harbor less than 3 months earlier. The sting of another country bringing that kind of devastation to our house put a lot of people in that never again mindset. So once the sirens start wailing, the whole area is plunged into darkness and the searchlights light up the sky to start scanning for the enemy. The people's eyes are fixed on the sky, looking for anything that shouldn't be there. And they did a great job. The number of reports of things in the sky that night is crazy. We'll dig into more specifics in a minute, but suffice to say, the people and the military were on it like white on rice. So the instant that someone saw something, the shells and the bullets started flying. But at what exactly? Well, therein lies the rub. Later that same day, Frank Knox, Secretary of the Navy, came out with a statement that said, "False alarm, our bad, itchy trigger fingers." He says once the first shot rang out, the rest was just us shooting at puffs of smoke from all the exploded shells before it. However, Henry Stimson, the Secretary of War, made a statement the same day saying, "Au contraire, mon frère, there were 15 unidentified aircraft in the skies." That's what we were shooting at. Keep in mind that in 1942, the Department of War and the Department of the Navy were separate departments. So to have the head of each of those departments telling different stories was kind of a problem. However, the very next day, September 26th, Secretary Stimson walked back that explanation and said, forget what I said about the 15 targets of some kind in the air. It was, say it with me, a weather balloon. Just a little aside moment here. If anybody watches true crime content, you may have heard of a channel called That Chapter. And in the world of true crime, the murder motive includes the insurance money so often that the host, Mike, has a special insurance money dance. I feel like we should have a special dance for weather balloons. Amazingly enough, there actually is evidence of a weather balloon being involved in this whole fiasco. A balloon was launched about 1 a.m. somewhere in the LA area. In fact, either the Army or the Weather Service did this all the time to check for current wind speeds for air defense operations. And apparently, this particular balloon had a red tracking flare on it as well, which is what is said to have triggered the panic on the ground. But did it? Here is just a small list of the reports that came in between 3 and 4 a.m. One guy, Colonel Watson, reported seeing a weather balloon at 3 a.m. Okay, we know there was one in the area. Colonel Henry C. Davis says he saw 10 to 15 planes over Inglewood, but then decided it was just smoke from a refinery. Lieutenant Buchanan saw 20 to 30 planes at 20,000 feet, 150 miles per hour, from a hotel roof at 8th and Flower. He even heard the sound of the engines, but couldn't see anything beyond that. 3 guards that were with Buchanan saw something lit up by the searchlights and heard the engines, but couldn't give any more details. Several soldiers from the 203rd California Regiment reported 7 to 8 planes at high altitude in searchlights that looked like birds. Several civilians called in to report swarms of planes, anywhere from 9 to 50 at altitudes of 10 to 20,000 feet. People around Long Beach reported seeing 3 planes over the ocean, with one maybe even being shot down, and another resident reported a plane crashing. The governor's office received letters from people claiming to have seen dozens of Japanese bombers and fast-moving planes, some of which dropped bombs. Now, I'm sure there's a certain amount of these sightings that can be chalked up to either shadows of the smoke from the exploded shells and or from the weather balloons, but not all of them. Which brings us to the elephant in the room. This photo. Most of us who enjoy exploring the weird and unique corners of this world are probably at least a little familiar with the photograph published in the LA Times of the big white blob in the air lit up by huge spotlights. The version published in the paper is not the original. The original was touched up, which was pretty common back then because some photos needed a little help to make them clearer when printed. In the original version, the blob in the middle and the beams from the spotlights are a lot less defined. We don't see that UFO shape in the middle, which is the hallmark of the retouched version. However, in my opinion, those searchlights are still lighting up something. Otherwise, we wouldn't have that white blob in the middle. The light beams would just keep going, but they don't. Question is, what is it? Well, is it a Japanese plane? I doubt it. The Japanese said, we didn't do that. And considering that they pretty much fessed up to everything else, why would they lie about this one thing? Could it be an American plane? Nope. All American planes in the area were at the ready that night, but the Army, which controlled the airplanes back then, chose to keep our forces on the ground until we could get a grasp on what we were dealing with here. Could it be a weather balloon? Maybe. But weather balloons were, at best, about 30 feet in diameter and pear-shaped. It's not what is shown in this picture. Not to mention the fact that both a plane and a weather balloon would have been brought down by the absolute hellfire of anti-aircraft shells and 50 cal bullets. To put that into perspective, that's an average of one shell fired almost every 2 seconds. That's a lot of shells. Yet nothing was ever officially reported as being shot down. I heard a rumor that there was a police report of a downed plane, but I couldn't find that report, so I have to stay with the official version at the moment. Now, if you're like me, that's about where the story ends, with just that tantalizing clue from the paper and the question, what else could it be? What else could withstand a total bombardment? Has to be a UFO, right? Which is where we are usually told that the picture has been retouched and what we're seeing is a weather balloon. End of story. And as much as I hate to admit it, I was inclined to believe it. But that, my brothers and sisters, is not the end of the story. Or shall I say, I've discovered some chapters that are missing from the mainstream version of the story. First, let's talk about that radar confirmation of something heading toward LA from the ocean. At exactly 1:44 a.m., radar picked up a large, fast-moving, unidentifiable aerial target. By 2 a.m., the target was pegged as being 120 miles west of LA and headed in that direction. At 2:15, anti-aircraft batteries are alerted and put on green alert, which means ready to fire. A few minutes later, and the blackout is ordered at 2:21. But whatever they're tracking vanishes. The vast majority of what we know about the myriad of UFO reports from that night come from the exhaustive research of two people, an online website created by someone known only as the Wanderling, and a man named C. Scott Littleton, both of whom witnessed the UFO firsthand when children. An event that would be the catalyst for exhaustive research in their adult years. Scott Littleton is actually considered by many historians to be the guy to talk to when it comes to the Battle of LA. Over the decades, he has collected hundreds of eyewitness accounts. Between the two of them, they have pieced together the route taken by something they all remember as being big, like 800 feet across big, slow moving, and completely silent. The Wanderling even made a map of the UFO's route based on eyewitness accounts. The object is picked up on radar at 1:44 a.m., 120 miles out, but coming in fast on a trajectory east toward the city of Los Angeles. At 50 miles out, it then slows way down and hits the shore somewhere near Point Doom. This is the point that it disappears from radar because it drops down behind the Santa Monica Mountains where the coastal radar can't see it. It continues east, then turns south in the gap in the mountains around Sepulveda Boulevard and Mulholland Drive. This is interesting because at this point, it's coming in behind all of the anti-aircraft batteries, which are all pointed out toward the ocean where an enemy should be coming from. It gains altitude as it heads back out over the ocean, hugs the coast, and comes back in over land again. Of all the accounts I'm sharing today, Scott Littleton's encounter seems to be the first one on the map as the object is trolling down the shoreline. Now remember, may have been 3 a.m., but once those sirens start going off, anyone who could was out on the street trying to figure out what was going on. Scott is 8 years old at the time and lives literally on Hermosa Beach, so he has an omni-max view of the entire coastline. Scott's dad is an air raid warden, so as soon as the sirens let loose, he is out of bed in a flash to get to work. So while Scott's dad heads out for his air raid warden duties, Scott and his mom are outside scanning the skies for what they think are going to be Japanese planes flying overhead any second. Instead, they spot a glowing object, which Scott describes as a small, glowing, slightly lozenge-shaped blob that's already being followed by the searchlights and pounded by anti-aircraft fire as it slowly meanders across the ocean from northwest to southeast. It comes back inland over Redondo Beach, a couple of miles to the south of Scott's house, and eventually disappears over the hills. They are able to watch this thing floating in the sky for like a half an hour. It then passes over a woman by the name of Fifi Malouf, owner of the Happy Hour Cafe, right on Redondo Beach. She says she woke up to sirens and gunfire outside. She jumps out of bed and runs outside only to see a huge, giant object as big as, in her words, a locomotive, silently gliding a few hundred feet above the beach and over her cafe and the apartment on top. It came in off the ocean, made no sound, and took forever to pass over because it was so big. Next comes the testimony of the Wanderling. He's a couple of years younger than Scott Littleton, but what he sees burns into his memory. He looks up to see a huge, gigantic thing looming low over the hills, not very high above the ground. As it passes slowly overhead, only the underside is visible. Just like Fifi said, takes a really long time. It's wide and flat, slightly curved toward the center and concave on the bottom. But once it does pass over, he can see it's kind of a wedge shape, slightly more narrow in the front and widening toward the back, almost like an upside-down spade-type shovel. And he specifically notes that there are no markings, hieroglyphics, insignia, numbers, openings, windows, portholes, hatches, seams, lights, propellers, outboard motors, wheels, wings, fins, or stabilizers. It's totally silent, but leaves a faint smell in the air of an overused electric train transformer. And the part that I think is the most interesting of this entire description is that he says it was like a lost baby elephant, just searching for its mommy. And everywhere it went, it got chased away or shot at. What an interesting take. A lot of the witnesses liken what they saw to a Zeppelin, not so much for the shape as for the overall length and enormity of this thing. But the Wandering says that unlike a Zeppelin that is basically a big balloon and pretty much moves like a balloon, this object had a weightiness to it, more like a floating battleship. After it passes over his house, his dad and a couple of other neighbor guys jump in a car and try to follow it, but the object speeds up enough that the men can't keep up. But his father told him that he saw 3 or 4 narrow, orange, reddish, glowing openings in the rear, kind of like shark gills. As the object continues on its path, it passes over one witness, a mother who wakes up to what she thinks are gunshots. She wakes up her son to get themselves out of the house. Mom goes outside first to see what's going on and looks up to see an object in the sky, alternating from light to dark as searchlights try to hone in on it. From there, it was seen by a witness named Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards also woken up by the sound of gunfire. Then his house begins to shake to the extent that things are falling off the shelves, like a freight train is flying by the front of his house. He runs outside just in time to catch a glimpse of what looks like the dark black silhouette of a flying ship cresting over and going down the hill heading south. He runs back inside, throws on some shoes and a jacket over his PJs, runs down the street in the direction it was traveling, thinking that whatever it is, it has to have crashed. When it gets to the top of the hill, there is no crash, and the flying object is gone. At this point, the object takes a turn to the east. And in 1942, the area east of the Redondo Beach area is really nothing but fields and oil rigs. Now, keep in mind that at this point in history, the Japanese, who make up only about 1% of the population of the LA area, are starting to take some real heat from the rest of America. Those Japanese who have farmland are starting to deal with vandals coming into their fields at night and destroying their crops. So this fateful night, a young Japanese American named Albert Nozaki is out in the fields with his friends to keep watch against vandals. By 1 a.m., his friend, who had watched the fields the night before and then worked all day, was zonked, leaving poor Albert with his thermos of coffee to stand guard alone. Around 3 a.m., all that coffee catches up with Albert, who gets up to shake himself awake and empty his bladder. He walks off in the direction of the beach towns, and as he's standing there, he's thinking, wow, it's really dark tonight. And then it dawns on him from where he's standing, he should be able to see a glow in the sky from the beach towns. It's not there. In fact, there isn't any light anywhere except for faint light coming from the cities north of him. He has no idea that a blackout has been ordered, but he can't shake the feeling that something is wrong. He can't really see all that far from where he is, so Albert walks a little ways into the field to get a better view. And that's when he sees, barely silhouetted against the night sky, a huge dark object in the air, heading right for him at a pretty good clip. Right before this thing is right over his head, it turns and heads south so that he is just under the edge of it. Albert describes the craft as dark and very long. No lights, no windows, no wings, but outside edges that curve down. It's also completely silent, although Albert can feel a slight vibration, almost like a hum in his chest as it flies over him. To him, the object looked too heavy to be able to stay airborne, but he also didn't see any signs of engines pushing it forward. And here's an interesting note. Albert says that he felt like it was being kept afloat by some kind of downward force, although he didn't physically feel anything pushing against him and didn't see any kind of invisible force affecting the field around him. His buddy wakes up, finally finds Albert still standing out in the field. Albert tells his friend what he saw, but the object is long gone, following its trajectory to the south. Albert went on to have a career as an art director in Hollywood, even earning an Oscar nomination in 1957 for his art direction on the 10 Commandments. But more interesting in this case is his work on the movie War of the Worlds. Albert designed the alien ships. In a movie world that had thus far portrayed UFOs as flying silver frisbees, Albert says the inspiration for his groundbreaking design of the enemy ship came directly from his memory of the ship he saw going over the fields that night. It's not a direct representation, but the ominous feeling he got from the concave structure of its underside forever remained in his memory. So, after all the hundreds of eyewitness testimonies that have been collected, as if that's not enough, do we have any other proof? Maybe. There are 2 documents floating around that are rather interesting. The first is a letter from President Roosevelt to Secretary George C. Marshall, the Chief of Staff of the United States Army. Classification secret, dated February 27th, 1942, so 2 days after the Battle of LA. Dear General, I am fully aware of the situation concerning the unidentified aircraft in the vicinity of Los Angeles and the recovery efforts by Rear Admiral Anderson. The information you have provided is most disturbing. I am particularly concerned with the potential implications for national security and the possible origins of these devices. In light of recent events, including the air raid over Los Angeles, it is imperative that we accelerate our research into these phenomena. The atomic secrets learned from the study of celestial devices recovered in the past must be applied immediately to our defense programs. I hereby authorize Dr. Vandevar Bush to proceed with the project without further delay. Please ensure that all necessary resources are allocated and that this matter remains under the strictest secrecy. Sincerely, Franklin D. Roosevelt. The second is a letter from Secretary Marshall to FDR, classification top secret, dated March 5th, 1942, so just a few days after the first one. Mr. President, regarding the air raid over Los Angeles, it was learned by Army G2 that Rear Admiral Anderson recovered an unidentified airplane off the coast of California, with no bearing on conventional explanation. This headquarters has come to the determination that the mystery airplanes are in fact not earthly, and according to secret intelligence sources, they are in all probability of interplanetary origin. As a consequence, I have issued orders to Army G2 that a special intelligence unit be created whose mission it is to further investigate the phenomenon and report any significant connection between recent incidents and those collected by the Director, the Office of Coordinator of Information. The unit will be known as the Interplanetary Phenomena Unit, or IPU, and will include scientists and military personnel with expertise in various fields. Respectfully, George C. Marshall, Chief of Staff. Smoking gun, right? Not so fast. The Interplanetary Phenomena Unit, or IPU, was a real thing, but it wasn't formalized until later. Of course, we can't find out any more about it because apparently all records of it were destroyed in the 50s. Convenient. And both letters have yet to be authenticated, and as of today are considered to most likely be fakes. Dang. However, we do have some reason to believe that last letter talking about an unidentified airplane recovered off the coast might have some truth to it. Remember the witnesses to the UFO's flight path that said it finally headed back out over the ocean? Well, a man named Dr. Richard Boylan, a clinical psychologist and UFO researcher, received a letter from the son of one Colonel William Brophy. The letter says that he and his dad talked several times about the fact that the Navy had retrieved something in 1942. Then we have a guy named Dr. Lincoln La Paz, who was a fairly esteemed professor studying astronomy and meteorites. Well, he came forward and said there were reports of this thing going down in a deep V-shaped marine trench just off San Clemente Island, about 60 miles southwest of Huntington Beach, the same location where the craft is thought to have left land and headed out to sea. Okay, but we need something more. Well, we have something more. After a ridiculously long series of serendipitous events, the Wanderling met a man named Bob Drake. Some of you might be familiar with the name Bob Drake, as he was a pretty well-known race car driver in Southern California in the 50s and 60s. Bob had just signed up as a Navy man right before the war started and was going through diving school. Bob's instructor was one of the Navy's best divers, with a specialty in nighttime hard helmet dives in the really deep spots. Well, the story goes that the Navy pulled the instructor from his classes to work on a special project. And since Bob was one of the instructor's best students, he brought Bob along as well. Bob said he never got super close to the area where the dive was happening, as he was on the edges helping to handle the skids of lights. But he saw something. Something that was not an airplane and not a submarine. Unfortunately for us, he was not part of any kind of recovery operation, and he has no idea what happened to the object he saw in the deep waters off of San Clemente Island. But maybe, just maybe, those 1,447 anti-aircraft shells did some damage after all. So at this point, 80 years later, we will most likely never know what really happened that night over Los Angeles. We do know the events of that night had some very real consequences. 2 people died of heart attacks, and 3 people were killed in car accidents as they were trying to drive without headlights during the blackout. Several of the air raid wardens suffered injuries from falls and mishaps while trying to help others in the dark. But the good news is, in that murky, dark night, several babies were also born safely by flashlight. But the question still remains. If it was a big, fat, slow-moving blimp, how was it not shot down with 1,447 anti-aircraft shells? If it was a weather balloon, how was it A, not shot down as well, and B, how could it have appeared to hundreds of witnesses as something that was more like 800 feet long instead of 30? I realized that night there were a bunch of young men scared as hell that we were being invaded who might have had itchy trigger fingers. But I don't believe that they were shooting at smoke puffs in the air. Those searchlights were lighting up something. And almost 1,500 exploding shells and countless rounds of 50 cal bullets failing to bring down a single thing tells me one thing. Whatever was in the sky that night is better at war than we are. We've seen the cover-up. We've seen the proof. Now, the part most people can't sit with. Not lights in the distance, not a blur on a screen, up close. The kind of encounter you don't walk away from the same, if you walk away at all. Real or not, you decide. This is as close as the record gets. For years, I've been asked to dive into the story behind Phil Schneider, the outspoken survivor of the war at Dulce Base. I didn't know anything about Phil or his story, but I didn't dig into it until now because I had the sneaking suspicion that if I did, it would be a giant can of worms. I wasn't wrong. But for those of you who've been asking for it, here we go. It's 1979. The desert outside Dulce in northern New Mexico. A geology team hired by Morris and Knudsen is brought in to drill exploratory shafts beneath the Archuleta Mesa. Government contract, routine work. Except nothing about this is routine. The drilling equipment keeps breaking. Not wearing down, not malfunctioning, just breaking. Heavy-duty industrial gear designed to chew through bedrock is coming back up in pieces. So they decide to send someone down to find out why. That someone is Philip Schneider. Phil is a geologist and an explosives engineer with high-level government security clearance. This is not his first rodeo. But something about this one feels off to him. He notices something strange. There are a lot of armed military personnel, including Green Beret, in camp for what is supposed to be a routine geology operation. But whatever. He suits up, steps onto the lift, and the operators start lowering the basket. When Phil reaches the bottom, the drill has punched through into a cavern. From that opening, black, smoky air is billowing upward that smells like rotten, burning garbage, like something decaying in the dark for a very long time. Then he sees why. Standing in the cavern is a 7-foot-tall gray alien. Then another appears. Phil panics. He draws his sidearm and fires, killing 2 of the creatures. A third raises what he describes as a plasma weapon and fires back. The blast takes fingers from Schneider's left hand and leaves him with burns reminiscent of electrocution. Then all hell breaks loose. The Green Berets pour down from above and the cavern becomes a war zone. The creatures armed with technology the soldiers have never encountered fight back hard. When it's finally over, 66 men are dead. The only reason Phil makes it out alive is because a Green Beret drags him onto the lift and sends it up, saving his life. Phil is one of only 3 survivors. That Green Beret is not one of the 3. The other 2 are in Canada, and the Canadian government won't let anyone, including Phil, talk to them. The drilling equipment wasn't malfunctioning. It was breaking through into something that had been down there for possibly 400 to 500 years. An alien civilization living miles beneath the New Mexico desert, quietly existing underneath a small reservation town. So that's it. That's the story. But that is not all of the story that Phil has to tell. After the Battle of Dulce Mountain, Phil moved on with his life, got married to his wife Cynthia in 1986, and in 1987 the couple had a baby girl named Marie. I don't know if it was the pressures of civilian life or the probable PTSD that I imagine Phil would be suffering from, or both, but the two divorced in 1990. By this time, Phil's body has degraded enough that he's on disability, but he keeps himself busy working on a small UFO news magazine with his best friend, Ron Rummel. But in September of 1993, Ron is found dead in a park. It was reported that he'd pulled the trigger, self-inflicted. But that makes no sense. He had a daughter he adored, a magazine that was actually gaining some traction, and he was working on a book. Family and friends say he was happy as a clam. Couple that with the fact that, according to the police report, Ron's hand had blowback blood spatter, but the gun didn't. The only way that happens is if someone wiped off the gun after the trigger was pulled. Well, that is the proverbial last straw for Phil. He believes his best friend has been murdered for things he knew, and he thinks, screw all y'all, I know things too. And I'm telling. From that point on, Phil started a 2-year stint on the lecture circuit. Did he spill anything juicy? He sure did. In addition to telling everyone about the battle at Dulce, he says took place in August of 1979, he spilled the beans that Dulce is by far not the only underground base that the military has built without telling you, the people who paid for it. According to Phil, as of 1995, there were 131 secret underground military bases, 129 of them fully operational. And why, do you ask, do we need all these underground bases? Well, because we need somewhere to put the aliens. Okay, that's my guess. But Phil talks about an event in 1954 that could prove the Weekly World News was actually right. According to him, in 1954, Eisenhower's on vacation in Palm Springs and says he needs a dentist somewhere other than Palm Springs. He hops on Air Force One and flies just a hop, skip, and a jump away to Edwards Air Force Base. Squirrel moment! I looked up Edwards Air Force Base on Google Maps and saw this image that looks like some giant funky spider that totally freaked me out. Then I realized it's just a golf course. Some things sure do look different from space. Anyway, the base and the runways are locked down for the arrival of the president. So that means pretty much everybody knew he was coming. But when he lands, Air Force One just taxis out to the end of the runways and sits there. Now, there are people who claim to have been on the base that day, and they say they saw a saucer-shaped craft land on the runway not far from Air Force One. The rumor is that Eisenhower signed something called the Greta Treaty that day. The government knew we had aliens living here already, so they thought, well, hey, let's lock them into a treaty. We'll let them experiment on a few cows and a few people in exchange for them not invading and conquering us. Sounds good, right? What's a few human guinea pigs for global security? Except, it took about a hot minute for us to find out that the aliens pay no attention to treaties. And ever since then, and some say even before then, we've been in a not-so-cold war with those ETs living among us within the underground cave systems of the world. And that is just the beginning. He talks about a magnetic levitation tram system that connects all the bases together, and the fact that there are 11 different alien races here on Earth right now, and only 2 of them are peaceful. And he seemed to bring at least some receipts. He had a table full of what he describes as different pieces of metal that correspond to spots on the periodic table that at least my chemistry teacher didn't know about. Metals that can only be made in space. He had original photos taken of the atomic bomb testing at Bikini Atoll that show a flying saucer vacating the area. And even a photo that he claims is a photo of his father on the USS Eldridge, as in the Philadelphia experiment, with Valiant Thor, America's legendary resident Venusian alien who landed here and hung out as a government advisor for a while. Phil even has a map that shows the locations of possible UFO bases, cattle mutilation sites, areas of high UFO activity, possible portal sites, and even possible entrances to inner Earth. We have one of those right here in Minnesota, not that far away. Now I want to know where it is so we can take a field trip and go check it out. Phil's overall message and reason for blowing the whistle on all of this? Because according to him, one of the 9 hostile races, the Dracos, or the Draconian Reptilians, are here patiently waiting for Earth to get its act together and get organized under one world government. As soon as that happens, those in charge, who Phil identifies as a Bilderberger type group called the Bavarian Black Nobility, have already cut a deal with the Dracos to hand over majority control of the planet in exchange for retaining 25% of that control. Now, Phil goes into a lot more detail in his roughly hour-long presentations, and there are at least 2 of them readily available on YouTube if you want to go have a listen. So that's all the deeper I'm going to go here on Phil's claims. So the question is any part of this true? Well, to get any kind of an answer, let's first start by looking at Phil himself. Phil was born on April 23, 1947 at Bethesda Naval Hospital in Maryland. His dad, Oscar, was a U.S. Navy captain and medical officer specializing in nuclear medicine, who also worked on designing nuclear submarines, which already brings us to our first problem. But we'll get to that in a minute. Phil is a self-taught geologist, explosives expert, metallurgist, and structural engineer who manages to gain experience in underground tunneling. Between this particular skill set, and maybe with a little help from his dad, he manages to get a high security clearance and a job working on black budget, deep underground military bases, or DUMBs. This career path is what brings him to that desert stretch near Dulce, New Mexico, that fateful firefight day. Obviously, he goes on to get married and have a daughter and eventually embarks on that 2-year speaking tour. Phil is found dead in his apartment on January 17, 1996 in Wilsonville, Oregon, about 10 miles southwest of Portland. Obviously, there is way more to Phil's life than this, but it's the Cliff Notes version. And right away, we start running into problems. One criticism is that it would be highly unlikely for him to get a high security clearance without a formal education. But I don't think that's necessarily true. Things were a lot different in the 70s and 80s, when many times all you had to do was show people you knew what you were talking about. Jobs weren't as dependent on a piece of paper. Not to mention the fact that his dad spent 30 years in the Navy. Is it really out of the realm of possibility that his dad could have called in a few favors and gotten Phil a job? I don't think that's unlikely at all. Some people talk about how his claims of education can't be verified, implying he lied about his education history. But that's not entirely accurate. Phil never claimed to have attended any schools specifically. It is true that he said things in his lectures like, half my schooling was in such and such. But from my point of view, if I was somebody trying to bring this news of impending disaster to as many people who will listen, is it possible that maybe I might polish my wording to make me seem a little more official, to try and get more people to take what I am saying more seriously? I don't think that's too big of a leap to make. However, the problems just get bigger from here. In his lectures, Phil put forth the claim that his father was not just a medical officer in the Navy, but had been a U-boat commander for the Nazis during World War II, whose sub was responsible for sinking somewhere between 65 and 68 Allied ships. Phil says his dad was captured by the Allies and repatriated to the U.S. through either Operation Paperclip or something like it. Phil says he didn't know any of this until his dad's deathbed confession, at which time he directed Phil to a file cabinet in his basement where Phil could find all kinds of documentation that would back up his claim. Phil also says his dad was involved in the Philadelphia experiment. He says he has that picture of Oscar in a room with Valiant Thor inside a meeting room on the Eldridge to prove it. The first problem is that the Eldridge, being a Cannon-class destroyer, which is on the smaller side, didn't have a room anywhere on board that was as big as the room in the picture. The second problem is that the picture, which he says was taken in 1943, shows fluorescent lighting fixtures. Fluorescent lighting wasn't used on Navy ships until the 60s. He says his dad, Oscar, is sitting in the second row, with Valiant Thor in the first row. And this is just my personal opinion from looking at the image, but in my humble opinion, the guy in the first row does not look like any of the other photos of the man purported to be Valiant Thor. I don't know. I'm just using my eyes. And the idea that Oscar was anything other than a medical officer with expertise in nuclear medicine is rejected by Phil's own family. UFO researcher Norio Hayakawa has testimony from another researcher who is in contact with both Phil's brother George and his sister Polly. According to the other researcher, Charles Gilbert Wright, the Schneider family came from Russia in the late 1800s and were Jewish, and the family was deeply hurt when Phil lied and said his father was a German U-boat commander during World War II, when in reality, his father was a medical officer in the US Navy. And if you're asking if there was anything in that file cabinet that does a better job of backing up his claims, there is. We'll get to that in a minute. But first, let's tackle another elephant in the room. Nobody in the Dulcie War fan club can agree on what actually happened. We talked about Phil's version earlier. He's sent down into a tunnel they've been working on to find out what's wrecking their machines, only to find out that they had drilled into a natural cavern inhabited by aliens who didn't take kindly to the intrusion and started shooting. However, there are two other versions of the story. One comes from a guy named John Lear. If that name sounds familiar, it's because his dad invented the Lear jet. According to John, there were 44 scientists in an underground auditorium listening to a presentation being given by a Gray. At some point during the presentation, a Delta Force guy, acting as a security guard, walks in the door with a sidearm. He didn't point it. Apparently, just the act of having the ammo in the gun in its holster is a do not pass go kind of infraction for the Grays, and they kill him instantly. The rest of the Delta Force guys see this execution and immediately swarm in for retaliation. But they are outgunned. By the time the smoke clears, 22 Delta Force soldiers and all of the 44 scientists are dead. So according to John, it wasn't a war as much as it was an accident. Thomas Costello, a whistleblower who worked as a security guard at Dulcie Base and writer of what has become known as the Dulcie Papers, which is a collection of photos, a video, and schematic drawings of the base layout, talked about the altercation a year later in an interview. According to him, a growing number of humans and some sympathetic aliens were just done with the way things were being run at the base. Things like abducted humans being held in cages, human-alien crossbreeding gone wrong, and increasing alien control. This led to the formation of a resistance group that waged an assault that ended poorly for them, with about the same amount of people being killed as in the other stories. One difference is that Tom says about a dozen people escaped and immediately went into hiding. Well, so which one is it? I realize that the outcomes are almost the same across all three stories, but the stories themselves are pretty different. Which one are we supposed to believe? But before you start calling me out for calling them out, let's look at a couple of reasons that, to me, give me some reasons to think that the story might actually be true. First of all, we know something weird is happening in the area. Northern New Mexico and southern Colorado are ground zero for the cattle mutilation phenomena. They started in earnest in the 1960s around Alamosa, Colorado, but by the mid-70s, the epicenter shifted right into the area just north of Dulcie called the Archuleta Mesa, right on the New Mexico-Colorado border. That's a real thing that's been well documented over the years. And I realize it's just circumstantial, but it's very convenient that that's all happening so close to where the base is supposed to be. And Norio Hayakawa, whom we mentioned earlier, is a UFO researcher who has been actively investigating claims exclusively in the southwest of the United States, including those of a base at Dulce, for over 50 years. He's made his entire career out of weird things happening there. So I think it's safe to say that we know something is up in that area. Now let's look a little closer at the filing cabinet where Phil's dad kept the receipts. In addition to the photos of Oscar on the Eldridge and the one of the UFO running away from the atomic bomb testing, Phil finds 4 handwritten letters written by his dad on official Navy stationery. The first one details an autopsy report on one of the crew members involved in the Philadelphia experiment. The letter is actually asking for help in identifying 4 gold-tipped transistor-looking implants found in the crew member's brain. The second, addressed to Lieutenant General Nathan Twinning, talks about all personnel associated with the Eldridge are being ordered by Hoover himself to get psychological testing. A third letter is addressed to Edward Condon, letting him know that 7 survivors of the Philadelphia experiment escaped the psychiatric facility that they were being held at, and their capture has been classified by Hoover as an A1 prime directive. And his thanks for their receipt of something called a spatial analyzer from Nikola Tesla himself. And the fourth letter is basically a directive to quarantine all ship personnel and materials from the USS Furseth until further notice. Not sure why this is important, as the date on the letter is December 12, 1944, well over a year after the Philadelphia experiment. Except this is the date that Carlos Allende, aka Carl Allen, who supposedly was on the Furseth at the time that the Philadelphia experiment was going on, right next to him, so he was a front row witness to the entire thing. He wrote a letter talking about naval security to Morris Jessup, author of the book called The Case for the UFOs, who decided to off himself in a parking lot when he was literally supposed to be on his way to dinner with a friend to give them some important information and documents for safekeeping. But I digress. So if these letters are real, they would be the smoking gun to prove that the Philadelphia experiment actually happened. Obviously, the fact that Phil has those letters lends him some serious credibility. Now, there is no record of Phil working for the government on these secret projects, but scrubbing history seems to be a favorite pastime for the black budget controllers. Just look at Bob Lazar. For those not familiar with Bob, he's a whistleblower that came out in the late 80s to tell the world that the US government is in possession of extraterrestrial aircraft and are actively trying to reverse engineer their technology. He knows because he's one of the reverse engineers. He says he got master's degrees from both MIT and Caltech, and then got hired at Los Alamos National Laboratory's Neutron Science Center before being recruited to work at the S4 underground facility not far from Area 51, working on propulsion projects. But now, MIT, Caltech, and Los Alamos National Laboratory's Neutron Science Center all say they have no record of Bob. However, there's an internal phone directory from the Neutron Science Center showing Bob's name. And it's not like the name Lazar is all that common. And he was featured on the front page of the Los Alamos Monitor, the local paper in Los Alamos, in 1982 for installing a jet engine on his Honda Civic. Everybody needs a hobby, right? The article states that Bob is an employee of Los Alamos Meson Physics Facility, which is now known as the Los Alamos Neutron Science Center. So there is evidence that Bob's past has been purposefully erased. So is it really such a stretch to think that Phil's history has been scrubbed too? And Phil's ex-wife, Cindy, says she has W-2s to prove he worked for Morrison Knudsen. So who says Phil is going to have anything that specifically says he worked on any government projects? He could have been a third-party contractor, which means that the direct link is never going to be there. Can you say plausible deniability? Now, for as many doubts as I may have as to the veracity of Phil's claims, it doesn't take a genius to see that there are some serious issues when it comes to the investigation into his death. On January 17th, 1996, 2 months after his last recorded presentation, Phil's body was found in his apartment by a friend and his apartment building manager. Apparently, he'd been dead for almost a week already. They called the police, and an unnamed detective responded. I just have to point out here that the original police report is not public, so we only have hearsay to go on. It was the law in Oregon at the time that pretty much any death at home has to be investigated by a medical examiner before the body could be moved from the home. In Phil's case, it looked to the responding detective to have been a stroke or maybe a heart attack. He didn't see any evidence at the scene that would point to anything different, like signs of a struggle or other injuries to Phil's body. But he followed the law and he called the coroner. It's reported that the coroner for Clackamas County, George Coleman, was called and refused to come to the scene. So they had the body moved without taking a single picture and taken to a funeral home. Once the funeral home started to prepare Phil's body, they found surgical tubing wrapped around Phil's neck. In the funeral home world, that's a no-no. That's like tampering with evidence. The funeral home director then calls the police, pissed because this little detail had been missed. The police then had Phil sent to the coroner for further investigation, but he was sent to the Multnomah County coroner. I'm not really sure that in and of itself this is a big deal, except it was pretty well known that Clackamas and Multnomah counties were in some sort of a feud or rivalry. Would that have affected how the coroner, Karen Gunson, would do her job in examining a body from her rival county and not care about the outcome and just kind of phone it in? Not likely. But Dr. Karen is the one responsible for changing the cause of death from natural causes to self-inflicted. The theory is that the bloated condition of the body at the scene hid the tubing within the folds of the neck, making it invisible to responding investigators. However, I've seen the autopsy photos, and can I just tell ya, I don't think I will ever get used to seeing a dead body. The photos are out there if you want to see for yourself, but in this case, just let me take one for the team and save you from something that you can't unsee. In the autopsy photos, the tubing around his neck sticks out like a sore thumb. And the bloating theory doesn't make any sense because cooling a bloated body does not decrease the bloat. It only slows the progression of more bloat. Anyway, I just don't understand how no one saw the tubing at the scene, unless the tubing wasn't there. Food for thought. Anyway, the other thing that sticks out to me, and maybe it's because I haven't seen a lot of dead bodies, is that there's a fairly decent blood trail coming down from the corners of Phil's mouth. That doesn't usually happen in cases of strangulation. Phil was found next to his bed with his head face down in his wheelchair that was next to the bed, and the rest of the body at an awkward angle under the bed. There was blood on his face and blood on the floor, but no blood on the wheelchair itself. Huh, how does that happen? Physically, Phil was a mess. He had cancer, brittle bone syndrome, and multiple sclerosis. So he had lots of prescription meds sitting right on his nightstand that he could have taken and just gone to sleep forever. Strangling yourself without hanging is not an easy way to go. He also had limited mobility in his shoulders. So ask yourself, how probable is it that Phil could wind a piece of tubing around his throat 3 times and tie it in a half knot, enough to cut off his air supply with limited shoulder range, and as a lefty, most of his left finger's gone? According to the medical examiner, the tubing was tied so tight even she had a tough time removing it. Assuming the tubing was always there, and that is an assumption, Is it possible he chose this method to make it look like his actions were actually murder instead? Sure, but if that was the goal, I can think of several ways he could have done it better. Now, Phil's ex-wife, Cynthia, makes it known that she wants tests run on Phil's tissue samples because she isn't buying the whole he did it to himself idea. But because Dr. Karen ruled Phil's death as self-inflicted, the state of Oregon does not do testing. Cynthia gets loud, but is told nope, but that the samples would be held for a year. At the 11-month mark, Cynthia calls them again to say she wants to get the samples to take them for testing at an outside lab, and is told that they are lost, just gone. How convenient. And I'm sure, to no one's surprise, all of Phil's lecture notes, book notes, pictures, samples, and his father's letters are all missing from his apartment. But that cash in his wallet and the gold coins he had in the closet are still there. Now, as interesting and damning as all of that is, there are some final issues with the story that need to be addressed. First of all, one of the conferences he spoke at, he was introduced by Al Bielek from the Montauk Project / Philadelphia experiment fame. Remember him? He's the guy who claimed his soul was inserted into the body of a dead baby, making the baby's body miraculously reanimate or something. There's only one person that I even come close to believing can raise people from the dead, and it ain't Al Bielek. If you want to see how I really feel about Al Bielek, go watch part 2 of our 2 Montauk episodes. Link in the description. So, considering I don't trust Al Bielek as far as I can throw him, does that throw shade on the veracity of Phil's presentation? My first thought is to say no. If I commit to giving a presentation at a seminar, I don't know that I would cancel if I found out that the person introducing me was someone I disagree with. He may not have even known who was going to introduce him. But then I found out that Al Bielek was actually sponsoring the speaker tour that Phil was supposed to start the day after he died. So he was much closer to Al than I originally thought. Not a complete disqualifier, but it certainly didn't put him on my good side. And the one book that dives into the investigation into Phil's death, called The Philadelphia Experiment Murder, is written by Alexandra Bruce, who is described as a cognitive gymnast. Not exactly what I'm looking for in a book that is supposed to be laying out the facts. And the book is edited and published by the same people and publishing company that brought us the entire Montauk book series. Really? Those people just throw the craziest spaghetti they can think of at the wall and see what sticks. And I think that crazy rubbed off on Phil's wife, Cynthia. She did an interview with Ashley O'Toole, author of her own digest called Beachhead. And I feel the need to add that Ashley, too, is all on board with the Montauk legend and highly recommends their book series. During that interview, Cynthia claims that Phil told her that during the firefight at Dulcie Base, he peed in his hard hat and threw the pee at the aliens, which killed some of them. No. You're trying to convince me that during an attack by 7-foot aliens, Phil took off his hard hat, opened his fly, peed in the helmet, and threw it at them? Jesus, take the wheel. Now, to be clear, I'm not sure if that's a testament to Cynthia's nuttiness, Phil's nuttiness, or both. But that does conveniently lead us into a discussion that we need to have about Phil's nuttiness. Now, when I first started my initial research on Phil, I was looking at information from Norio Hayakawa that talked about Phil's family being mad at Phil for saying their dad was a former Nazi. Just a little side note on this one. Norio says in his article, Debunking Phil, to go check out this other article on Medium, also debunking Phil. Except that Medium article shows clearly with screenshots from Ancestry.com that Phil's dad was born in Germany, right before the family moved to the US. But the letter in Norio's article referencing a third-party letter from Phil's family say they came from Russia in the 1800s. So who's lying there? But there was another quoted section in Norio's article from a guy named G. Clinton, who says he was Phil's roommate back somewhere between 1977 and 1979. He says Phil told him that he lost his fingers working as a lineman. I'm assuming that means an electrical lineman. Mr. Clinton says he thought Phil was mentally ill and had suspicions that Phil was injuring himself for attention, and added, by the time I parted company with Phil entirely, probably sometime in 1980, I was of the very solid opinion that Phil was disturbed and probably a danger to himself, but not others. When I read this, I thought, well, there are a number of people, hopefully a small minority, who can be persuaded with enough zeros after the dollar sign to say whatever someone wants them to say. With that in mind, I hit the last of the things I needed to research for this episode, and that is a copy of the file that the FBI had on Phil. Now, I knew this file was the source for the claim that Phil had spent time in a mental institution. The file was initially started because in March of 1975, a friend of Phil's named Bob Rubio calls the FBI and says, hey, my buddy Phil's got 80 pounds of radioactive material and says he wants to make a nuclear device. Well, I certainly agree that that's a good reason for the FBI to go knocking on Phil's door. So they do their due diligence and check out his history, which uncovers the 6-month hospital stay between 1968 and 1969. But the file does more than that. Long story short, the radioactive materials thing is quickly taken care of. Apparently, he has 300 pounds of rock containing uranium. But there's no way for a layperson to extract said uranium to make anything that could come close to a weapon. Phil's biggest problem with the entire endeavor is that he supposedly stores the 300 pounds of rock, which is radioactive, under his bed, and then notices that he starts suffering from nausea, hemorrhaging, and soreness in his extremities. You think? We know Phil had cancer when he died, which he said came from the cobalt radiation he received by being hit with the alien plasma weapon. Maybe, hang with me on this one, maybe it came from sleeping for an extended period of time on top of radioactive material. Shocker! So anyway, like I said, the nuclear device kerfuffle is dealt with in a no-harm, no-foul, expeditious manner. But that interaction then starts an entirely separate cascade of reports about a year later that end up giving us a glimpse into Phil's head. So Phil is friends with Bob Rubio, who I mentioned, and a guy named Jackson Wood. And for whatever reason, he also knows an FBI agent named James Tomlinson, who is not involved in the initial radioactive materials investigation. In March of 1976, so almost exactly a year after the whole radioactive rocks thing, Bob calls the FBI again to say, hey, just thought you should know that Phil threatened one of your agents. Wow, that catches their attention. Turns out, Bob and Jackson have been having issues with Phil for the last couple of months. In December of 1975, someone steals Jackson's 1974 Mercury Comet right out of his driveway. The next day, the car is found near Milwaukee, Oregon, completely engulfed in fire. Sometime around February 1st, 1976, so about a month later, Phil is at Bob's apartment moving some boxes and accidentally breaks a window. Bob's landlady reads Phil the riot act, and the next morning, all of the windows in her car are smashed, with one of the tenants reporting seeing a man, generally fitting Phil's description, busting the windows with a hammer. Bob and Jackson both believe that Phil is responsible for both torching Jackson's car and breaking the landlady's car windows. Then, on February 15th, so 2 weeks later, Phil is over at Bob's house. Everything's hunky-dory until Phil goes to the bathroom. According to Bob, when he comes back out, he is all kinds of crazy and looks deathly pale. He tells Bob he's going to burn out him, Jackson, and James, the FBI agent, and that they are going to get it. Phil is raging, freaking out everyone in Bob's apartment building, so Bob kicks him out. A little while later, the police come knocking on Bob's door to investigate an assault allegation made by Phil, which is when Bob calls the FBI to give them a heads up. Of course, the FBI have a chat with Phil, who says, "I never threatened anyone. Bob is the problem. He attacked me and threw me out of his apartment. He's the one who threatened your agent." And quote, "Bob is off his bean and should be committed." Now, Bob has known Phil for over 10 years. They met when they were both students at Portland State University when they both worked in the AV department. Respect! And later became roommates in the dorms. Bob said everyone knew Phil was weird, but smart. He also said that the entire time he's known Phil, he has known him to physically abuse his body for the purposes of gaining sympathy. Okay, that's quite the interesting backstory. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. And as I was contemplating if this information on Phil's early life really has any impact on the story of his later life, something snapped into place. The FBI report starts with the information about Phil having been committed before and clearly states that it is known that, quote, "Under stress, Schneider would mutilate himself for self-attention and had amputated 2 fingers and a thumb." The date of the report is March 27th, 1975, long before the Dulce War. So now we have 2 independent sources that state Phil had lost those fingers before 1979. Of course, my next question was, why should I trust the FBI report if we know that they have falsified records before? And I gotta admit, that was perplexing me for a bit. But then I remembered one tiny little detail from that report. On page 8, when they're still talking about the radioactive rocks, whoever types the report types a slash in the middle of the line to insert a word in the sentence. Remember, this is 1975. Word processors won't be a thing for another 5 to 10 years. They're still using manual typewriters. So if you make a mistake, you either have to find a way to erase it, or you used methods like this little shorthand shortcut to insert a forgotten word. That tells me that this report was typed in 1975. Is it possible it's been faked? I guess it's possible, but I have a really hard time believing that someone would think to add this level of detail to a faked report. I'm just not buying that. So we have 2 independent sources stating that Phil was, at best, mentally unstable and had lost his fingers prior to 1979. To me, that means Phil was lying. And if he's lying about his fingers, what else is he lying about? And just like that, the whole house of cards comes tumbling down. So it comes down to, who do you trust the most? Unfortunately, it's pretty obvious that the federal government's track record is, shall we say, suboptimal. But it seems to me that Phil had some pretty serious credibility issues of his own. In fact, that old roommate of his even came out and said he was a liar. A nice guy, but a liar. Now, 2 things can be true at the same time. Phil Schneider could have been a nutbag, and someone might have wanted him dead. Between the fact that he was just about to start on a speaking tour, which would have given him the attention it seemed he craved his whole life, the weird way he died, and the blood around his mouth and on the floor that had no reason to be there if he strangled himself, I really don't believe that Phil killed himself. My only problem is, if Phil was lying about what happened at Dulce Base, why would the government want to kill him? And I confess That's a question I can't answer. Maybe it wasn't the government who killed him. Although given that Phil was basically wheelchair bound at this point in his life, it's not like he was out and about getting into trouble. Trouble would have had to come to him, and I have no idea what that trouble could have been. So I am left in the in-between. Did Phil run afoul of the powers that be who decided to initiate damage control? Or was he just an unstable individual trying to fill a need for attention so large that it could never be filled? Do I think UFOs are real? Yes, I do. I don't know whether they come from within or from without, but I believe millions of people around the world have seen something real. But for our sakes, I hope Phil and the rest of the Dulcie Base fan club are liars. Because if there is a Draco race waiting in the wings to take us over, I just want them to know, never underestimate the human race. Humans are a unique and special species, and I don't think we're ready to give up without a fight. Between 2023 and the first months of 2026, at least 10 American scientists, researchers, and government officials have either vanished without a trace or turned up dead. 5 of them simply walked away from their homes on foot. 4 of them worked within the same defense corridors in New Mexico. 3 were connected to the same NASA laboratory in California. 2 were gunned down at their own front doors, and 1 was pulled from a frozen Massachusetts lake 3 months after he disappeared in the middle of the night. These cases were treated as isolated tragedies, unrelated. A missing hiker here, an unsolved shooting there. But when you put the names side by side, the institutions start overlapping. The timelines start compressing, and a picture begins to form that nobody in power seems willing to look at. Now, as usual, we did our best to dig a little deeper. We found a couple of things that add some more perspective to what is going on today. But first, I need to take you to a mountain trail in California, because this story, for me, starts with a hiker who should not have disappeared. On the morning of June 22nd, 2025, a 60-year-old woman named Monica Reza sets out to summit Mount Waterman in the Angeles National Forest with 2 friends. The trailhead sits along the Angeles Crest Highway. The terrain is steep, dry, and mountainous, but Monica knows these trails. By multiple accounts, she's hiked this area regularly, possibly weekly. She's fit, she's experienced, she is in her element. The group departs the 6,000-foot trailhead around 6:30 a.m. Early start, which is what you want to do in the San Gabriels. Get up, get to the summit, get off the mountain before the afternoon heat turns the trail into an oven. Now, the identities of the fellow hikers has never been released, so I don't know if they're male or female. So I'm just going to refer to them as Jane and John. Jane throws in the towel after less than 1.5 miles because the terrain is just too steep. Monica and the lead hiker, John, they reach the summit around 8:15. Pictures are taken, and they start heading back down. At about 9:01 a.m., a picture is taken of Monica near Double Delight Peak. A minute later, another picture, roughly 70 feet from the first. 6 minutes later, a third picture is taken, her last confirmed location, about 1/4 mile from that second photo. Then they keep walking. John's about 30 feet ahead of Monica. He calls back up to let her know that a right turn is coming up on the ridge. Monica nods and waves at him. He makes the turn, descends about 150 feet. When he looks back, Monica is gone. He waits 5 minutes. Then he goes back to where he'd last seen her. Nothing. He calls her name. He searches about 500 feet to the west along the ridge and then 120 feet south. Nothing. No response, no sound, no sign of Monica Reza. Search and rescue from 6 counties respond. Helicopters with thermal imaging, forward-looking infrared cameras, dogs. They even run an algorithmic pixel matching program through their aerial photography equipment calibrated specifically to pick up the red of Monica's shirt. The technology flags some targets, but every time searchers go check them out, all they find are Mylar balloons caught in the brush. The next morning, a beanie belonging to Monica is found in a steep ravine south of the ridge, about 600 feet from where she was last seen. A 2 to 3 minute walk. Scent dogs are brought to the ravine but can't pick up her trail. No entry point, no exit. She was not there. She'd never been there, as far as the dogs could tell. And yet, her beanie is. Later that afternoon, 2 hikers returning from Twin Peaks report hearing what sounded like a woman yelling around 2:30 p.m. But they also said it wasn't a cry for help or like somebody was in pain. It was more like somebody was crying out in anguish. The coordinates they give place the sound about 1,600 feet from Monica's last known position. Under a third of a mile, a 5-minute walk. Some people said it could have been a coyote. But if it was Monica, why could she scream then but not respond to her name being called hours earlier? If you've ever listened to David Paulides talk about his missing 411 cases, this story has every hallmark. An experienced hiker in familiar terrain vanishes within minutes while just a few feet away from another person. Dogs lose the scent. The body's never found. The search reveals almost nothing. And the details don't add up in ways that feel intentional, as if the case was designed to resist explanation. But here's where Monica's case takes a hard left from the standard missing hiker story. Because Monica Reza was not just a woman who liked the mountains. She was a materials scientist and aerospace engineer who worked at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, or JPL. Before that, she spent decades at a company called Aerojet Rocketdyne, where she co-invented a nickel-based superalloy called Mondalloy in the 90s, with her name on the patent coming in 2010. The Mon in Mondalloy stands for Monica. This alloy can withstand extreme temperatures and pressures in oxygen-rich environments without cracking or igniting. And it solved a problem that the United States had been unable to solve for decades: how to build a rocket engine as powerful and efficient as the Russian RD-180 without having to buy it from Russia. For years, the U.S. depended on Russian-built engines to launch its spy satellites, military communication systems, and GPS infrastructure into orbit. When Russia annexed Crimea in 2014, that put a little bit of a kink in the US and Russia's aerospace bromance. Thankfully, somebody could see the writing on the wall and started scaling up design of new engines, some that included Mondalloy, before the final breakup that happened in 2022 when Russia invaded Ukraine. And because the US government didn't have nice things to say about that little move, Russia took its toys and went home, cutting off all support for their engines, including spare parts, troubleshooting, and technical assistance. The RD-180 engines that powered our Atlas rockets were suddenly orphan technology. No more service, no more replacements, and Monica's superalloy became one of the most critical materials in the effort to build domestic alternatives. Multiple components in Aerojet Rocketdyne's AR-1 engine were made from Mondalloy. The Air Force funded it. NASA funded it. The alloy wasn't just for rocket engines either. Its ability to survive extreme conditions makes it applicable to hypersonic weapons, missile systems, and next-gen propulsion across the board. And the man who oversaw that funding at the Air Force Research Laboratory was a 2-star general named William Neal McCasland. But we'll talk about him in a minute, because Monica's disappearance was just the beginning. And the names that follow will show you that this is not a story about one missing hiker. It's a story about a pattern that stretches across 3 states, spans 3 years, and touches some of the most sensitive programs in the United States government. Around May 4th, 2025, roughly 7 weeks before Monica vanished, a 78-year-old man named Anthony Chavez is last seen at his home in Los Alamos, New Mexico. Anthony had retired from Los Alamos National Laboratory in 2017 after decades of work there. His specific role has never been disclosed, which, if you know anything about Los Alamos, tells you something all by itself. When family and authorities search his house, they find his wallet, his keys, and his personal belongings all sitting right where he'd left them. His car is locked in the driveway. No signs of forced entry, no sign of a struggle. Anthony Chavez simply is just gone. He has never been found. So, not even 2 months later is when Monica disappears. And 4 days after that, on June 26, 2025, 53-year-old Melissa Cassius vanishes. She worked at Los Alamos National Laboratory as an administrative employee, but she held a security clearance. Given the nature of what goes on behind those fences, administrative doesn't mean what it means at your local insurance office. That morning, Melissa drives her husband Mark to Los Alamos where they both work. Now, here's a detail that doesn't get enough attention. The story is that Melissa tells her husband she forgot her badge and would have to work from home that day. But to enter the parking lot at Los Alamos, you need your badge to get through the gate. She had it when she dropped him off. So what happened to it between the gate and the explanation? At some point during the day, Melissa picks up a sandwich and drops it off for her daughter in Taos. Then she vanishes. She is last seen walking eastbound along a state road near Talpa in Taos County. When her family gets home, they find her car, her purse, her keys, and both of her cell phones, her personal one and the one for work. Both phones had been factory reset, wiped clean. Recent calls, messages, everything gone. Her family has pushed back hard against any suggestion that she left voluntarily. They've pointed out that she was actively planning to care for her mother during an upcoming surgery. Melissa Cassius is still missing. Stephen Garcia, 48 years old, government contractor employed at the Kansas City National Security Campus facility in Albuquerque, which manufactures over 80% of the non-nuclear components that go into building the US's nuclear weapons. And his company is directly downstream from Los Alamos. Basically, Los Alamos dreams it up, and Kansas City National Security builds it. His job gave him top secret clearance and oversight of assets worth tens of millions, possibly hundreds of millions of dollars, some classified, some not. On August 28th, 2025, so just 2 months after Melissa goes missing, surveillance footage captures Stephen leaving his Albuquerque home on foot around 9 a.m. He's carrying a handgun. He left behind his phone, his wallet, his keys, and his car. Authorities initially said he might be a danger to himself, but an anonymous source close to the case pushed back, describing him as a very stable person. Stephen Garcia has not been seen since. That is 4 people, all connected to classified defense and nuclear programs, all vanishing from New Mexico within a span of about 4 months. And I need you to notice the pattern in how they all vanish, because it is almost identical in every case. They walk away on foot. They leave behind their phones, their wallets, their keys, their cars. No signs of a struggle, no evidence of forced entry, no ransom demands, no bodies. They just step out of their lives as though they were shedding a skin. And the devices that could track them, the phones that ping cell towers, the smartwatches that log GPS coordinates, every single one of those gets left behind. Every time. It's the kind of behavior that screams deliberate. But deliberate by whom? Did these people choose to vanish? Were they told to? Or did someone who understands counter surveillance strip them of everything traceable before making them disappear? I don't know, but keep pondering that while we head to Massachusetts. On the night of December 12, 2025, a 45-year-old man named Jason Thomas left his home in Wakefield, Massachusetts. Jason was an associate director of chemical biology at Novartis, working on cancer treatments. He and his wife had just come home from dinner with friends, and everything seemed normal. They took care of the dogs, and Jason tells his wife he's going for a walk. He opens the front door and walks down the street into the darkness with his phone and his wallet still in the house. Surveillance footage captures him walking near train tracks shortly after midnight, and then he's gone. 3 months later, in March, after the ice thaws on Lake Quinnipiac, his body is recovered from the water. No cause of death has been publicly released. Authorities say no foul play is suspected, but they haven't explained how he ended up in that lake or why. 3 days after Jason Thomas vanished, on December 15th, 2025, a man named Nuno Loureiro is shot at the front door of his home in Brookline, Massachusetts, and dies the next day. Nuno was a Portuguese physicist and director of MIT's Plasma Science and Fusion Center. He held research contracts with the Department of Energy. The suspect in his killing, Claudio Manuel Neves Valente, shot up Brown University 2 days earlier, killing 2 people and injuring 9 more before hitting Nuno's front porch, then deleted himself the next day inside a storage unit. So we will never know for sure why. Now, Nuno and Claudio were not strangers. They went to college together in Lisbon many years ago, and it is said that Claudio held a grudge against Brown University for being too easy and having bad cafeteria food, and against Nuno for him achieving the life that Claudio had always wanted but never got. Okay, seems a little out there, but those people certainly exist. Now, let's flip back to California. Carl Grillmer was a 67-year-old Caltech astrophysicist who had spent decades working on some of NASA's most important missions, including the Hubble and Spitzer space telescopes. In June of 2023, he was the lead researcher on a breakthrough that could help future space missions detect clear signs of life on other worlds, including Jupiter's moon Europa and Saturn's moon Enceladus. He was part of the team that discovered water on distant exoplanets. But by this year, he was working on the NEO Surveyor, a next-generation space telescope designed to detect asteroids and comets that could impact Earth. He built the algorithms that find cold, dark objects against the even darker and colder background of space by detecting the faint heat they borrow from the sun. Carl lived in Llano, California, out in the Antelope Valley. Squirrel moment! While I was looking for Llano, I found Lake Los Angeles. Where's the lake?
I don't think it is what you think it is.
So Carl owns almost 40 acres in the middle of nowhere, probably so he could get a decent view of the night sky. The news sources say it's the 3700 block of 165th Street East. And considering that there are no other houses anywhere near that spot, it's pretty easy to pick out his house. On December 20th, 2025, Carl spots some random dude walking on his property with a rifle. Carl's wife says she thinks he's a little weird, but Carl just lets it go. But somebody else calls the cops, and the man is arrested. That man is 29-year-old Freddie Schneider. Freddie apparently lives a couple of miles away. There are only 2 real neighborhoods anywhere near Carl, and one would be too close to make that statement true, so we can pretty confidently narrow down about where Freddie is living. Freddie tells police he's headed to the post office and has the gun to ward off any animals. Seriously? The biggest problem with that statement is that the post office is in the other direction. Freddie spends 3 days in jail on weapons charges and is released on December 23rd on his own recognizance. Just 2 months later, on February 16th, 2026, Freddie allegedly pays Carl a visit and shoots Carl in the chest on the front porch of his house, where he dies before paramedics can arrive. Investigators say the two didn't know each other. No motive has been disclosed. There remain, in the words of the investigators, a lot of unknowns. And we still haven't gotten to the biggest name on the list. But first, there are 2 people I haven't talked about yet. And keep in mind that Caltech, the place where Carl worked, manages the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, or JPL, for NASA. So these places are very connected. So first, a guy named Michael David Hicks, a research scientist at JPL who worked on the DART project, the mission where we literally crashed the spacecraft into an asteroid to test whether we could deflect one. He dies on July 30th, 2023, at the age of 59. And so far, no cause of death has been released. And Frank Maywald, a principal researcher and systems engineer at JPL, who worked on spaceflight instrumentation and remote sensing technologies, dies a year later on July 4th, 2024, at the age of 61. Again, no public cause of death, and reports indicate that no autopsy was ever done. 2 JPL scientists dead within a year of each other, no explanations. And then a 3rd JPL scientist, Monica Reza, vanishes on a hiking trail 9 months after that. All 3 worked at the same place. Somehow, I don't think JPL is going to make Fortune magazine's best places to work list. Now let's talk about the last guy, and probably the biggest reason that any of this is in the news, William Neal McCaslin. Bill is a retired United States Air Force Major General, 2 stars, with a master's and a PhD in astronautical engineering from MIT. This guy is no slouch. He was also the former director of special programs in the Office of the Secretary of Defense. That means if the project was black, he knew about it. Then he takes the job of commander of the Air Force Research Laboratory at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio, where he oversaw a $7 billion portfolio of research into advanced materials, including Mondaloy, directed energy weapons, space systems, and classified programs that most members of Congress don't even know about. Wright-Patterson, by the way, is the same base that housed Project Blue Book for 22 years. The same base that the Air Force's own 1994 Roswell report described as a logical location for the study of unknown materials. So it makes perfect sense to have him there, since he knows all the secrets already anyway. And McCaslin wasn't just a retired general playing shuffleboard. After leaving the military, he became director of technology at AeroVironment, defense contractors building sensors, space payloads, and laser systems for the Department of Defense. He founded a consulting firm that advised the Department of Defense and the Department of Energy. He sat on the board of Riverside Research, a nonprofit with $450 million in active defense and intelligence contracts. He was still in the game, just as connected to the secrets as he'd always been. His name shows up in WikiLeaks in a batch of emails from John Podesta on a calendar invitation for a January 2016 meeting. The attendee list reads like a Fox Mulder slumber party. John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign manager and a longtime advocate for UFO disclosure. Tom DeLonge, co-founder of the 80s band Blink-182, who would later release authenticated Navy UAP footage through his own organization, the To the Stars Academy. Rob Weiss, the executive vice president and general manager of Lockheed Martin's Skunk Works. They're the division within Lockheed Martin that makes all the fun stuff. And our friend, Major General McCaslin. He confirmed the meeting time himself in a direct email exchange with Podesta. And in a separate message, DeLonge wrote that McCaslin was in charge of the relevant laboratory and that when Roswell crashed, they shipped it to the laboratory at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Now, that is a claim, not a confirmed fact, but it's a claim made in writing, naming a specific general, a specific base, and a specific event. On the morning of February 27th, 2026, 8 days after President Trump publicly directed the Pentagon to begin identifying and releasing government files related to alien and extraterrestrial life, Bill McCaslin leaves his home in Albuquerque on foot while his wife is gone at a doctor's appointment. He leaves behind his cell phone, his prescription glasses, and his wearable devices, which I assume means like an Apple Watch or a Fitbit. He takes his wallet, his hiking boots, and a .38 caliber revolver with a leather holster. Now, let me back up here for just a second because there is another timeline going on that's kind of important. On February 19th, 2026, the President of the United States directs the Pentagon to release UFO files. February 24th, 5 days after that directive, the United States Navy formally denies a Freedom of Information Act appeal requesting the release of 78 UAP photographs. The Navy confirms all 78 photos exist, but they withhold every single one, citing classified national security information. Interesting. Why do I feel a fight brewing? And just as a little side coincidence, around the same window, the operator of the Black Vault, which is the largest civilian archive of government UFO documents in existence, discovers that the site's main document server has been wiped. Millions of files gone. The hosting provider tells him it looks like a deletion, not corruption. But nobody can figure out who did it and how it was done. Thankfully, all the files are backed up, so the site is up and running in no time. But then comes Friday, February 27th, the day that Bill McCaslin walks out of his house and vanishes. Investigators canvass more than 700 houses looking for security camera footage. Not a single camera captures him leaving the neighborhood. Now, I realize that not everyone has security cameras on their houses, but if you look at his neighborhood, I bet a good chunk of them do. But there are no confirmed sightings, so there's also no idea which way he went. His wife Susan tells the 911 operator something that has stuck with everyone who has heard it. She says it seems deliberate. She says he left his phone behind, which he never does. It's like he planned not to be found. Now, if that's the case, take a look at his neighborhood on the map and then zoom out. His backyard is essentially the Sandia mountain range. It's just a quick jaunt of just over a mile to get on trails leading into the mountains and away from everything and everyone. Just food for thought. The next day, the Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office issues a silver alert, which is like an amber alert, except it's for seniors who have demonstrable and irreversible cognitive decline. But Susan says he doesn't have Alzheimer's. Wasn't confused or disoriented. He'd completed a 60-mile bike ride the week before. A lot of news outlets are jumping on the idea that maybe that's not true. Maybe he is having some issues. And they point out that at some point, Bill is said to have mentioned of having brain fog. Who doesn't? I know I do on a daily basis. So we still have no idea why the sheriff's office decided to issue that silver alert. Investigative journalist Ross Coulthart has called McCaslin's disappearance a grave national security crisis because that guy knows where all of the bodies in the UFO community are buried. So let me pull back and show you the web. Monica Reza invented a superalloy that the Air Force Research Laboratory under McCaslin's command funded and developed for rocket engines. Melissa Cassius and Anthony Chavez both worked at Los Alamos. Stephen Garcia worked at the Kansas City National Security Campus with heavy ties to Los Alamos. Nuno Loureiro held Department of Energy contracts. Carl Gilmer worked at Caltech, which manages JPL, the same lab where Monica Reyes, Michael Hicks, and Frank Maywald all worked. Jason Thomas worked at Novartis in the Boston Defense Corridor, steps from MIT, where McCaslin earned his doctorate and where Nuno Loureiro ran the Fusion Center. These people didn't just work in the same general field. They worked in the same facilities, on the same programs, funded by the same agencies, during the same narrow window of time. But, believe it or not, this isn't the first time that a significant group of people working on significant defense-related programs have seemingly been targeted. Between 1982 and 1990, more than 20 scientists and engineers connected to GEC Marconi, a major UK defense contractor, died under circumstances that were, to put it mildly, hard to explain. These weren't ordinary deaths, and I need to walk you through some of them because the methods are so bizarre, so theatrically violent, that when you hear them in sequence, the word coincidence doesn't quite cover it. In March 1982, Dr. Keith Bowden, a senior computer scientist contracting for GEC Marconi, drove his car across a divided highway, off a bridge, and into an abandoned rail yard, coming home from a party in London. The authorities say Keith was driving drunk, but his wife and his attorney begged to differ. Friends said that he wasn't really drinking that much, and an investigator made a note that the tires on his car at the scene were not the same tires that had been on the car that morning. His pristine tires had been swapped out for worn ones. In August 1986, 24-year-old Vimal Dajabai, a computer scientist at Marconi Underwater Systems working on the Stingray torpedo control system, jumped 331 feet from Bristol's Clifton Suspension Bridge. He was found with his pants around his ankles and a needle-sized puncture wound on his butt that the coroner called unexplained. His case is still open. 2 months later, in October 1986, Arshad Sharif, a 26-year-old computer analyst at Marconi Defense Systems, ties a rope around his neck with the other end tied to a tree, gets into his car, and drives. Reports say that the day before, he'd been acting really weird, paying for things with unusually large denomination bills. That case is still open too, and the coroner actually called it out as being a lot like the last case. In January 1987, so just 3 months later, Richard Pugh, a 37-year-old computer consultant and digital communications expert, is found in his flat with his feet tied up, a plastic bag over his head, and thick rope wrapped around his body. Police rule his death as a sexual misadventure. Just 2 months later, in March of 1987, David Sands, 38, a senior scientist at a Marconi sister company, is driving along and makes a sudden high-speed U-turn into an empty restaurant. His car is packed with gas cans. The crash created a fireball so intense, David has to be identified by dental records. In August of 1988, Alistair Beckham is a 50-year-old software engineer at Plessey, another company that supplied advanced tech to the UK Ministry of Defense, so their scientists and engineers sometimes overlapped in projects. Alistair was working on what investigators believed were SDI pilot programs. That's the Star Wars program that Reagan talked about. Alistair is found in his garden shed with wires attached to his chest, plugged directly into a wall socket. The fuse had been bypassed, so the current wouldn't trip it. A handkerchief is stuffed in his mouth. His wife says there's no way he did this to himself of his own volition. The Ministry of Defense clears out all of his files from his house within hours. That same month, John Ferry, a 60-year-old Marconi marketing director, apparently electrocutes himself by jamming wires into his tooth fillings. And this is just a few of the cases in that cluster. Journalist Tony Collins documented 25 cases in his 1990 book, Open Verdict. Clive Jenkins, leader of the ASTMS Union, which is the Association of Scientific, Technical, and Managerial Staffs, called the death rate statistically incredible. Members of Parliament demanded an inquiry. The British government under Margaret Thatcher poo-pooed the whole thing, saying it was all just a big coincidence. Just a few people having personal issues with their high security clearance, high stress jobs. And before you decide to agree with her, Just know that multiple victims had complained before their deaths about being assigned impossible or unscientific tasks. Some of them were planning to quit. Others had scheduled meetings with members of parliament. And after their deaths, Ministry of Defense teams sometimes arrived to clear out their files before the families could even process what had happened. Now, finally, we need to talk about Amy. Amy Catherine Eskridge, 34 years old, Huntsville, Alabama. She died on June 11th, 2022, from what has been reported as a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. Neither the police nor the medical examiners in Huntsville have publicly released any details of an investigation. No police report, no autopsy findings, no coroner's statement. Nothing. A young woman dies, and the public record is a black hole. Before her death, Amy was researching and attempting to develop anti-gravity technology. She graduated from the University of Alabama in Huntsville with a double major in chemistry and biology. She became an interdisciplinarian who mastered electrical engineering, physics, and genetic engineering. She co-founded the Institute for Exotic Science with her father, Richard Eskridge, a retired NASA engineer who specialized in plasma physics and fusion technology. Together, through their company, Holocron Engineering, they delivered presentations about gravity modification experiments and historical anti-gravity research, including references to alleged classified programs developing triangular anti-gravity craft. Now, Huntsville is not a random place for this kind of work. It's one of NASA's most important hubs. In Amy's words,
now, like, Huntsville is the Silicon Valley of government national security technology and intelligence community technology and aerospace technology.
And it has a very specific history with gravity research that should raise eyebrows. A Chinese-American physicist named Ning Li worked at the University of Alabama in Huntsville on anti-gravity theories involving superconductors. She left in 1999 to start a company called AC Gravity, reportedly funded by the Department of Defense. After 2003, she essentially vanished from public life. She was later hit by a car on the university campus in 2014, suffering brain damage that led to Alzheimer's. She died in 2021. The timing of that hit and run occurring after years of deeply secretive DoD-funded work raised considerable suspicion. Amy Eskridge knew this history. She operated in the same research community, and she knew the risks. In 2020, Amy said she intended to present new foundational research on anti-gravity, but she needed authorization from NASA before doing so. And that authorization apparently never came. And then there are the things that she said on camera. In a 2020 podcast, the same podcast that the first clip came from, Amy explained that she specifically created the Institute for Exotic Science as a public-facing organization for one reason: protection through visibility.
If you stick your neck out in public, at least someone notices if your head gets chopped off. If you stick your neck out in private, you, they will bury you. They will burn down your house while you're sleeping in your bed, and it won't even make the news. That's why the Institute exists.
She also said the threats against her were escalating, that she needed to publish her research soon. And during a Q&A session at one of her earlier presentations, audience members revealed that other scientists working in the same field harbored fears of disappearing, not as a hypothetical, as a real concern. 2 years later, Amy was dead, and the Institute for Exotic Science shut down. Its website went dark. Her father, the retired NASA engineer, has not publicly spoken. And almost nobody in the mainstream press reported a thing about it until this week, when she was identified as the 11th case in this growing list. But actually, since she died in 2022, that actually makes her the first. The White House has now acknowledged that these cases are, in their words, worth looking into. President Trump told reporters he just left a meeting on the subject and called it pretty serious stuff. He said he hoped that it was random, but that they'd have answers within a week and a half, that some of these people were very important. Congressman Tim Burchett, who sits on the Oversight Committee, has been briefed by, in his words, just about every alphabet agency there is. When he was asked about those cases, he didn't mince words.
I just know there are no coincidences in this town.
He said the only thing tying these people together is that they worked on things dealing with outer space, nuclear secrets, or missiles. And then he said something that stopped the interviewer cold. He said he'd been briefed on something 2 weeks ago that would have set the country on fire if the public had heard it, that people would demand answers. And then he added, very deliberately,
and for the record, I'm not suicidal, and I don't take risks.
When a sitting member of Congress feels the need to publicly announce that he's not suicidal, pay attention. When he tells you that the people who know things are dying or disappearing, pay attention. When the White House says they're investigating and the president calls it pretty serious stuff, pay attention. Because someone is paying very close attention to the people who know America's deepest secrets. Whatever's happening to them, it isn't over. So, what is happening here? I don't have that answer. Nobody does, not yet. The FBI has been asked to investigate, and the White House says it'll look into it. Now, I certainly think there are cases to be made that a couple of these people on the list are coincidental. Take Jason Thomas. He was involved in cancer research. He had nothing to do with any state secrets. Of course, that doesn't change the fact that his disappearance and death make absolutely no sense. But I think in the end, his is a case for David Paulides, not the White House. The other one I think we can cross off the list is Carl Grillmeyer. I think his is a tragic case of Freddie Schneider having some unresolved anger issues and taking them out on Carl because he thought it was Carl that put him in jail in the first place. But then again, and I've said this before, you can enlist people to do some crazy things on your behalf if there are enough zeros after the dollar sign. This is all pure speculation on my part, but Freddie, who is supposedly married with kids, was living with his mom. Maybe money was tight and he got hired to do a job. Maybe that first trespassing incident was Freddie coming to do the job, not expecting to be seen, much less arrested. I don't know. We'll have to watch the trial as it unfolds. But I want you to think about something for a moment. In the mid-1980s, 20 plus defense scientists died in Britain under bizarre circumstances, all connected to the same programs, all during a period of intense Cold War secrecy. The government said it was nothing. No investigation was ever open, and the story was eventually forgotten. 40 years later, the same pattern is popping up. Different country, different programs, same types of people, same types of work, same refusal by those in charge to ask the obvious questions. Maybe they're right. Maybe it is all coincidence. Maybe 25 dead British scientists in the 1980s was a coincidence. Maybe 10 missing or dead American scientists with classified clearances in the span of 2 years is also a coincidence. And maybe Amy Eskridge warning on camera that people in her field are being silenced and then turning up dead with no investigation on record is just another tragic coincidence. But I don't think you believe that. And I don't think I do either. I'll be watching this one very closely, and I'll bring you everything I find, because this story is still unfolding. People are still missing. Investigations are still, supposedly, active. And the files that the president told the Pentagon to release, they haven't been released, at least not yet. But keep in mind that if connections are found in these 11 cases, the root cause is more apt to be far more terrestrial. Some other bad actors in the world wanting to slow down the US's ability to develop new technologies. Wouldn't be the first time, and probably not the second or third. But what if it's not a terrestrial enemy? What if revelations about the universe and our part in it do come to light? Tim Burchett says he thinks we can handle it. Would the answer to Reagan's question in the 80s as to whether or not we as a whole planet species could come together to fight a common otherworldly threat be yes? Well, for better or for worse, we are not the same people we were in the 80s. And I'm not as sure about that answer as I used to be. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. We may have a little more growing up to do before we take our seat in the Galactic Federation. Funny thing about a day called Independence. We throw the parties, light up the sky, tell ourselves we run this place. Maybe we do, but after the last 4 hours, I wouldn't bet the house that nobody's watching. Next time you're out under that sky, look up. Something might be looking back. Be careful out there. And I will see you here again.
Welcome to Earth.
On the In-Between.